How would you troubleshoot a user unable to connect to Wi-Fi?
3, 2, 1, 0.
First, ensure the Wi-Fi is turned on. Verify other devices can connect. Restart the router. Check the network settings, ensuring the device is within range and DHCP is enabled. If necessary, reset network settings or reinstall network drivers. How do you handle a computer that is running slow?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Check for high CPU, memory, or disk usage in Task Manager. Scan for malware. Disable unnecessary startup programs. Ensure there's sufficient disk space. Defragment the hard drive, HDD, or optimize the SSD. If needed, suggest a RAM upgrade. What is DNS, and how does it work?
3, 2, 1, 0.
DNS, Domain Name System, resolves domain names to IP addresses, allowing users to access websites using names instead of numbers. It queries DNS servers in a hierarchical manner, starting from root servers to local DNS servers. What steps would you take if a printer is not working?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Verify the printer is powered on and connected to the network or PC. Check the printer queue for stuck jobs. Restart the print spooler service. Ensure the correct printer is selected. And reinstall drivers if necessary. What is Active Directory?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Active Directory, AD, is a directory service developed by Microsoft for Windows domain networks. It stores information about users, computers, and services, enabling centralized management and authentication. How do you handle a forgotten password?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Verify the user's identity. Use a password reset tool or the AD users and computers snap in to reset their password. Educate the user on strong password creation and suggest enabling multi-factor authentication if available. How would you resolve a BSOD, blue screen of death?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Take note of the error code and message. Check for recent hardware or software changes. Boot into safe mode to uninstall any updates or drivers. Use Event Viewer to investigate logs and run diagnostics on hardware components. What is the difference between a hub, switch, and router?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A hub broadcasts data to all connected devices, while a switch sends data only to the intended device. A router connects multiple networks, directing traffic between them. How would you troubleshoot a user unable to access email?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Confirm that the user is connected to the network. Verify their credentials are correct. Check the email client settings, IMAP, POP3, SMTP, and investigate if the email server is down or if there's an issue with their mailbox quota. Explain the concept of virtualization.
3, 2, 1, 0.
Virtualization allows multiple virtual machines, VMs, to run on a single physical machine using a hypervisor. This maximizes resource efficiency and simplifies management. How would you resolve a locked account in Active Directory?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use AD users and computers to unlock the account or identify the reason for the lockout using the event logs. This could be due to multiple failed login attempts or a password mismatch on a connected device. What is ITIL and why is it important?
3, 2, 1, 0.
ITIL, Information Technology Infrastructure Library, is a framework for IT service management that provides best practices for delivering IT services. It helps improve efficiency, service quality, and customer satisfaction. How would you back up user data?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use a backup tool to copy user files to an external drive, cloud storage, or network storage. Ensure that critical files are selected, and automate backups to run regularly, using tools like Windows Backup or third-party software. How would you troubleshoot a black screen on a computer?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Check if the monitor is connected and turned on. Verify the cables are secure. If the issue persists, try connecting the monitor to another computer. If it's a laptop, check for brightness or hibernate issues. Lastly, check for hardware faults. What is a VPN and how does it work?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A VPN, Virtual Private Network, creates a secure, encrypted connection between a user's device and a remote server, allowing safe access to a private network over the Internet. This helps protect sensitive data and ensures privacy. How would you handle a user complaining about phishing?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Educate the user to never click on suspicious links or attachments. Have them forward the email to the security team for analysis. Ensure their system is scanned for malware. And advise them to change passwords if they clicked on anything. How do you troubleshoot a slow network connection?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Start by pinging the gateway or another device to check latency. Use tools like Troubleshooting to identify network hops causing delays. Check for bandwidth hogs on the network, outdated drivers, or hardware failures. What are the differences between POP3 and IMAP?
3, 2, 1, 0.
POP3 downloads email from the server to the local device and typically deletes it from the server. IMAP syncs emails between the server and the client, allowing access from multiple devices and keeping messages stored on the server. How would you handle a user who lost their data?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Investigate if there's a backup available. Use data recovery tools to attempt retrieval from local storage. Advise the user on regularly backing up data and consider implementing automatic cloud or network backups. How would you troubleshoot a user unable to log into a network?
3, 2, 1, 0.
First, check if the user's credentials are correct. Ensure their account is not locked or disabled in Active Directory. Verify network connectivity. And check the domain controller status. Reset the password if necessary. What are the main differences between Windows 10 and Windows 11?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Windows 11 introduces a new user interface, better support for virtual desktops, performance improvements, and stronger security features, including TPM 2.0 requirements. Windows 10 is more widely supported for legacy hardware. How do you reset TCP/IP in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open Command Prompt as an administrator and run the command int IP reset. This will reset the TCP/IP stack to default, fixing many network connectivity issues. How would you address a USB device that is not recognized?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Check if the device works on another computer. Update or reinstall USB drivers. Verify that the USB port is functioning by testing with a known working device. Restart the computer, and if necessary, check for hardware faults. What are group policies, and how are they used?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Group policies are configurations in Active Directory that allow administrators to control settings for users and computers across a network. They are used to enforce security policies, software installations, and desktop environments. What is DHCP, and what is its role in networking?
3, 2, 1, 0.
DHCP, Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol, automatically assigns IP addresses to devices on a network. This eliminates the need for manual IP configuration and ensures that each device gets a unique address. How do you handle a user reporting that they cannot access a shared folder?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Ensure that the user has the correct permissions to access the folder. Verify the shared folder's path is correct and the network connection is stable. Check the server's availability and review the security and share permissions. What is safe mode, and when would you use it?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Safe mode starts Windows with a minimal set of drivers and services. Useful for troubleshooting issues such as driver conflicts or malware. It allows technicians to diagnose problems without unnecessary software interfering. How would you handle a software installation error?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Check the error message for specifics. Ensure that system requirements are met and the installer is running with administrator privileges. Disable any conflicting antivirus software and run the installation as an administrator. How do you manage remote desktop connections?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Ensure that remote desktop is enabled on the target machine. Check network connectivity, firewall settings, and ensure the user has the appropriate permissions to access the machine remotely. What is an IP address, and what are the differences between IPv4 and IPv6?
3, 2, 1, 0.
An IP address is a unique identifier for devices on a network. IPv4 uses a 32-bit address space, while IPv6 uses 128-bit, allowing for significantly more addresses. IPv6 also includes improvements in routing and network auto-configuration. How would you troubleshoot a mouse that isn't working?
3, 2, 1, 0.
First, verify that the mouse is connected properly. Try a different port or another device. Reboot the system and check for updated drivers. If it's wireless, ensure the battery is charged and the receiver is working. What is the role of DNS in the Internet?
3, 2, 1, 0.
DNS, Domain Name System, translates human-readable domain names, like www.example.com, into IP addresses. This process allows users to access websites without needing to remember complex numerical addresses. How do you configure email on Outlook?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open Outlook and go to Account Settings. Choose Add Account and input the email address. Select either IMAP or POP3. Enter the incoming and outgoing server details, and authenticate using the user's credentials. How would you troubleshoot a desktop computer that randomly shuts down?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Check for overheating by ensuring that fans are working properly. Review event viewer logs for errors. Test for faulty power supplies. Update drivers. And scan for malware. Lastly, test the hardware for issues such as faulty RAM or CPU. What are the different types of hard drives?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Hard drives come in various types, including HDD, hard disk drive, SSD, solid-state drive, and hybrid drives. SSDs are faster and more reliable, while HDDs offer larger capacities at lower cost. Hybrid drives combine both technologies. How do you configure Windows Firewall to allow an application?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open Windows Firewall with Advanced Security. Select Inbound Rules, and create a new rule. Specify the program or port to allow through the firewall, and set the appropriate permissions for the network profile, private or public. How would you help a user experiencing frequent application crashes?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Ask the user to provide details on the crashes, and review event logs. Ensure the application is updated and that system requirements are met. Check for software conflicts. Update the system drivers, and reinstall the application if necessary. How do you secure a Wi-Fi network?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Change the default SSID and password. Enable WPA3 encryption. Hide the network SSID. And limit access to known devices through MAC filtering. Regularly update firmware and disable WPS. Wi-Fi protected setup. How would you troubleshoot a software license issue?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Verify the software license key and confirm it's being used on the appropriate number of devices. Check for updates or patches that may fix known licensing issues. If necessary, contact the software vendor for support. How would you deal with a system infected by malware?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Isolate the machine from the network to prevent the spread of the malware. Run a full system scan using updated antivirus software or a malware removal tool. Remove any malicious files and restore the system if necessary. What is the difference between static and dynamic IP addresses?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Static IP addresses are manually configured and don't change, making them ideal for servers. Dynamic IP addresses are assigned by DHCP and can change over time. Commonly used for devices like laptops and mobile phones. How do you check system hardware information in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open system information by typing msinfo32 in the Run dialog. This tool provides detailed information on hardware components such as CPU, RAM, and disk drives, as well as software configurations. How would you troubleshoot a corrupted user profile?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Create a new user profile and copy the user's data from the corrupted profile to the new one. Make sure to check the profile's permission settings and ensure no critical data is lost in the process. How would you troubleshoot a computer that won't power on?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Verify that the power cable is securely plugged in. Test the power outlet with another device. Check if the power supply or battery for laptops is functional. If it's a desktop, open the case to check for loose components or faulty power supply. How do you manage system updates for multiple computers?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use WSUS, Windows Server Update Services, or SCCM, System Center Configuration Manager, to centrally manage updates. You can automate the deployment of patches and updates based on predefined policies. What is a domain, and what role does it play in networking?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A domain is a collection of computers, devices, and user accounts that share a common database, usually via Active Directory, and can be managed as a single entity. It allows for centralized user and resource management across a network. How would you troubleshoot a non-bootable computer?
3, 2, 1, 0.
First, check if the system can access the BIOS. Verify boot order and ensure the hard drive is detected. If not, use recovery media or the Windows recovery environment to fix boot-related issues, such as corrupted boot sectors or missing files. What is the purpose of Event Viewer in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Event Viewer is a tool that logs system, security, and application events. It is essential for troubleshooting system crashes, errors, and unexpected behaviors by reviewing specific error codes and events. How do you create a user in Active Directory?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open Active Directory users and computers. Right-click on the appropriate organizational unit, OU, and select New Right-Pointing Arrow User. Fill in the user's details. Set a password, and configure their group memberships and permissions. What are proxy servers, and how are they used?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A proxy server, ACTS, is an intermediary between a user's device and the Internet. It can cache content, provide anonymity, filter traffic, or control access to certain websites or resources. How would you troubleshoot a Windows update failure?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Run the Windows Update Troubleshooter. Check that the system is connected to the Internet and has sufficient disk space. Restart the Windows Update service and delete the software distribution folder if necessary to reset the update cache. What is PowerShell, and how is it used in IT support?
3, 2, 1, 0.
PowerShell is a command-line shell and scripting language used to automate administrative tasks in Windows, such as managing Active Directory, configuring system settings, and deploying software. It's useful for bulk management and troubleshooting. How do you troubleshoot a missing or corrupt system file?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Run SFC scan now. System file checker. In command prompt to scan and repair corrupted system files. If needed, use DISM, Deployment Image Servicing and Management, to restore the system image from an installation media or update source. What are the differences between FAT32, NTFS, and exFAT? FAT32 is older and used on small drives but has a 4 GB file size limit. NTFS is modern, supports large file sizes, and includes security features like file permissions. exFAT is a compromise, used for large external drives but with less overhead. How do you install a network printer?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open Devices and Printers. Select Add a Printer, and search for the network printer. If the printer isn't found, manually enter its IP address or host name. Install the necessary drivers and set the printer as the default, if required. How would you handle a situation where a user reports no sound?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Check if the sound is muted or if the volume is too low. Ensure that the correct playback device is selected. Update audio drivers and check the physical connection of the speakers or headphones. Test with a different device if necessary. What is the purpose of a VLAN?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A VLAN, Virtual Local Area Network, allows you to create multiple logical networks on a single physical network. It improves security and network management by segmenting traffic, reducing broadcast domains, and isolating sensitive resources. How would you recover deleted files on a Windows machine?
3, 2, 1,
Check the recycle bin first if the files aren't there. Use file recovery software like Recover. Alternatively, restore from a backup if available. Or use Windows File History or Shadow Copy to restore previous versions of the file. How do you set up BitLocker encryption on a Windows device?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open Control Panel, right pointing arrow BitLocker drive encryption. Select the drive to encrypt, and click Turn on BitLocker. Follow the prompts to choose an unlock method, password or smart card, and back up the recovery key. How do you troubleshoot software compatibility issues in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Right-click the application, select Properties, and navigate to the Compatibility tab. Enable compatibility mode for an older version of Windows. If the issue persists, try running the program as an administrator or update the software. What is a BSOD, and what should you do when you encounter one?
3, 2, 1, 0.
BSOD, blue screen of death, is a stop error screen that appears when the system encounters a critical error. Note the error code, use Event Viewer for logs, and troubleshoot hardware or driver issues. Safe mode or system restore may be required. How do you reset a forgotten BIOS password?
3, 2, 1, 0.
On some systems, you can reset the BIOS password by removing the CMOS battery for a few minutes. Alternatively, use a jumper on the motherboard or enter a master BIOS password provided by the manufacturer. What are the primary functions of SCCM in IT support?
3, 2, 1, 0.
SCCM, System Center Configuration Manager, is used for patch management, software deployment, hardware and software inventory, and remote control of systems. It allows administrators to manage large numbers of systems efficiently. How would you assist a user with a slow internet connection?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Run a speed test to verify the connection speed. Restart the router or modem. Check if other users are consuming bandwidth. Review network settings and run ipconfig. Flush DNS to clear the DNS cache. Test with a wired connection if on Wi-Fi. What is an RDP connection, and how do you troubleshoot RDP issues?
3, 2, 1, 0.
RDP, Remote Desktop Protocol, allows remote access to another computer. Ensure remote desktop is enabled on the target machine. Verify firewall settings. Check network connectivity. And make sure the user has permission to access the machine. How do you troubleshoot browser issues, such as slow performance or crashes?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Clear browser cache and cookies. Disable any unnecessary extensions or plugins. Ensure that the browser is updated to the latest version. If issues persist, reset the browser to default settings or try a different browser to identify conflicts. What is PXE boot, and how is it used?
3, 2, 1, 0.
PXE, Pre-boot execution environment allows a computer to boot from a network interface. Commonly used for remote installations of operating systems or imaging devices. It's often utilized in large-scale deployment scenarios. How would you troubleshoot a VPN connection issue?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Check the VPN client settings and ensure the correct credentials are used. Verify that the VPN server is reachable. Check firewall settings that may be blocking the connection. And test the network connection. Reinstall the VPN client if needed. How would you troubleshoot an unresponsive application?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open Task Manager to check if the application is using excessive system resources. Force quit the application and restart it. Check for available updates or patches. And review event viewer logs for error details. What is a backup, and why is it important in IT?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A backup is a copy of important data stored separately from the original. It's critical for data recovery in case of hardware failure, accidental deletion, or cyber attacks like ransomware. Regular, automated backups are crucial in IT management. How do you join a computer to a domain?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open System Properties. Click Change Settings. And select Domain. Enter the domain name and provide administrator credentials. Restart the system to apply the changes. And verify that the machine is now part of the domain. What are the benefits of using cloud storage?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Cloud storage offers scalability, accessibility from anywhere, and built-in redundancy for data. It also allows for collaboration and reduces the need for on-premises storage hardware. Security features like encryption further protect the data. How would you configure a static IP address on a Windows machine?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open Network and Sharing Center. Select Change Adapter Settings. And right-click the network adapter. Choose Properties. Select Internet Protocol version 4, TCP, IPv4, and manually enter the IP address, subnet mask, and default gateway. How do you handle a corrupted Windows profile?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use the User Profiles settings to create a new profile. Transfer user data from the old profile to the new one, ensuring file permissions are set correctly. Delete the corrupted profile and set the new profile as default. What is a hotfix, and when is it used?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A hotfix is a specific patch or update designed to fix a critical issue without waiting for the next scheduled software update. It's often used to address security vulnerabilities or bugs affecting system stability. How do you disable a service in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open Services from the Control Panel or use services.msc. Locate the service. Right-click, and select Properties. In the Startup Type drop-down, choose Disabled to prevent the service from running automatically. How would you troubleshoot a blue light on a network switch?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A steady blue light usually indicates normal operation, while a blinking light might suggest activity. If the switch isn't functioning properly, check the power source, port connections, and ensure it's not overheating. What is NAT, and why is it important in networking?
3, 2, 1, 0.
NAT, Network Address Translation, allows multiple devices on a local network to share a single public IP address for Internet access. It provides security by hiding internal IP addresses and helps conserve public IP addresses. What are the steps to resolve a printer offline issue?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Check if the printer is powered on and properly connected to the network or computer. Restart the print spooler service. Ensure the correct printer is set as the default, and update the printer drivers if necessary. What is the difference between IMAP and POP3?
3, 2, 1, 0.
IMAP, Internet Message Access Protocol, allows access to emails from multiple devices by storing messages on the server. POP3, Post Office Protocol, downloads emails to a device, removing them from the server. How do you check network connectivity using ping?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open command prompt and type ping, host name, IP address. The command sends ICMP packets to the target and measures the time it takes to receive a response, helping diagnose network connectivity issues. How would you troubleshoot a slow boot time in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Disable unnecessary startup programs via Task Manager. Check for pending updates, malware, or hardware issues such as a failing hard drive. Use tools like msconfig or system configuration to troubleshoot slow startups. What is DNS forwarding?
3, 2, 1, 0.
DNS forwarding allows a DNS server to forward requests it cannot resolve to another DNS server. This is typically used to forward queries to external DNS servers or upstream servers in a corporate environment. How do you troubleshoot a system that hangs or freezes?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Check Task Manager for resource overuse by any processes. Update or roll back drivers, particularly for graphics or network cards. Check for hardware issues like overheating, and review event viewer logs for system errors. What are the steps to configure a proxy in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open Settings. Navigate to Network and Internet, and select Proxy. Enter the required proxy server address and port, and ensure it is enabled for the appropriate network settings. Manual or automatic configuration. What is a network topology, and what are the common types?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Network topology refers to the layout of a network's components. Common types include star, bus, ring, and mesh. Each topology has advantages in terms of cost, performance, and redundancy. How would you troubleshoot a mobile device that isn't connecting to Wi-Fi?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Verify that Wi-Fi is enabled and the correct network is selected. Restart the device and router. Check the device's network settings and ensure it's within range. Forget the network and reconnect, or reset network settings if necessary. What is the difference between unicast, multicast, and broadcast?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Unicast sends data to a single recipient. Multicast sends data to multiple recipients in a group. And broadcast sends data to all devices on a network. How do you remotely shut down a Windows machine using the command line?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use the command shutdown, S per meter, machine name, IP, to remotely shut down the machine. Ensure the user has the correct permissions, and that remote management is enabled on the target system. How do you troubleshoot an intermittent network connection?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Check for physical cable damage, loose connections, or port issues. Run continuous ping tests to identify drops. Update the network drivers. Check router logs. And review any bandwidth-heavy applications causing network congestion. How would you handle a computer infected with ransomware?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Isolate the machine from the network to prevent the spread of the ransomware. Do not pay the ransom. Run antivirus or anti-malware tools in safe mode. Restore from a clean backup. And ensure all systems are patched against known vulnerabilities. How do you configure a dual monitor setup in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open Display Settings. Click Detect to identify connected monitors. And select Extend Desktop or Duplicate based on the user's preference. Arrange the monitors and adjust resolution settings as necessary. How do you test network latency?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use tools like Ping or Trace-IT to measure the time packets take to travel between two devices. Latency is typically represented as round-trip time, RTT. Tools like Wireshark or iPerf can also help diagnose latency issues. What are roaming profiles, and how do they work?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Roaming profiles allow users settings and files to follow them to different computers in a network. The profile is stored on a central server and downloaded when the user logs in, ensuring consistency across multiple machines. How do you check disk usage in Linux?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use the command dfh to check disk space usage. The H flag provides human-readable output, showing space in GB or MB rather than blocks. To analyze folder sizes, use the do command. How would you troubleshoot a VPN that won't connect on a mobile device?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Check that the VPN app is updated and the user's credentials are correct. Ensure that mobile data or Wi-Fi is active. Restart the device and try a different network. Review VPN settings and reinstall the app if needed. How do you set file permissions in Linux?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use the chmod command to change file permissions. For example, chmod 755. File name grants read, write, and execute permissions to the owner, and read and execute permissions to the group and others. Use LSL to verify permissions. What is two-factor authentication, 2FA, and how is it set up? 2FA adds a second layer of security by requiring not only a password but also a second form of authentication, such as a text message or authentication app. Set it up through account security settings in the respective platform or service. How do you troubleshoot a locked-out user account in Active Directory? Verify if the account is locked by checking the account is locked out option in Active Directory. Users and computers. Unlock the account. Reset the password if necessary. And ensure account policies, like password attempts, are appropriate. What is DHCP lease time, and why is it important? DHCP lease time determines how long a device retains an assigned IP address before requesting a new one. It's important for managing IP address allocation in a network, balancing stability, and preventing address exhaustion. How do you troubleshoot a high CPU usage issue? Open Task Manager and identify processes consuming the most CPU. Disable or uninstall unnecessary software. Check for malware. Run system updates. And ensure that the system is not overheating. What is the function of a router in a network? A router connects different networks, directing data between them. It decides the best path for data packets to travel and provides features like DHCP, NAT, and firewall protection. How do you restart the DNS service in Windows? Open Services from Control Panel or type services.msc in the Run dialog. Find DNS Client and click Restart. Alternatively, use the command line netstop DNS cache followed by netstart DNS cache. What is latency, and how does it affect network performance? Latency is the delay before data is transferred from source to destination. High latency can cause slow network response, impacting real-time applications like video calls or online gaming. What is SSL, and how does it work? 3, 2, 1, 0. SSL, Secure Sockets Layer, ensures secure communication between a client and server by encrypting data. SSL uses certificates to authenticate the identity of the server and establish an encrypted link. SSL has been replaced by TLS, Transport Layer Security. How do you handle DNS cache issues? To resolve DNS cache issues, You can flush the DNS cache using ipconfig, flush DNS in Windows, or sudo systemd resolve. Flush caches in Linux. This clears old DNS entries and forces the system to retrieve fresh data from the DNS server. What is the purpose of the hosts file in an operating system? The hosts file is a local file used by the operating system to map host names to IP addresses before checking the DNS server. It allows manual overrides of DNS entries for specific websites or local servers. How do you enable or disable hibernation in Windows? 3, 2, 1, 0. Use the command line and type power CFGH on to enable hibernation or power CFGH off to disable it. Hibernation allows the system to save its current state to the hard drive before powering off, consuming no power while off. What is the difference between FAT32 and NTFS? 3, 2, 1, 0. FAT32 is an older file system with a 4 GB file size limit and compatibility across many platforms. NTFS is more modern, supporting larger files, better security features, encryption, and file permissions, but has less compatibility with non-Windows systems. How do you troubleshoot a microphone not working in Windows? 3, 2, 1, 0. Check if the microphone is enabled and selected as the default device in sound settings. Verify that the microphone is not muted. Update audio drivers, and ensure that apps have permission to access the microphone in the privacy settings. What is PowerShell, and how is it used? 3, 2, 1, 0. PowerShell is a command line shell and scripting language designed for task automation and configuration management in Windows. It allows administrators to manage systems and applications through commands and scripts. How would you address a system running out of disk space? 3, 2, 1, 0. Identify large files using tools like disk cleanup or third-party utilities. Remove unnecessary files or applications. Move large files to external storage. And delete temporary or cache files. How do you check the status of a hard drive in Windows? 3, 2, 1, 0. Use the chkdsk command to check for disk errors. Or view the drive's health using disk management or tools like Crystal Disk Info. The smart status can also be reviewed to assess the health of the drive. What are the advantages of SSD over HDD? 3, 2, 1, 0. SSDs, solid-state drives, offer faster read-write speeds, reduced power consumption, and greater durability due to the lack of moving parts. However, they are typically more expensive per gigabyte than traditional HDDs. How do you configure a remote desktop connection? 3, 2, 1, 0. Enable remote desktop in the system settings. Ensure the computer is reachable over the network, and use the remote desktop connection application to connect. You may also need to configure firewall rules to allow RDP connections. What is a VLAN, and why is it used? A VLAN, Virtual Local Area Network, is used to segment network traffic to improve security and performance. It allows devices on the same physical network to be divided into separate logical networks. How do you handle a faulty RAM stick?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Run memory diagnostic tools like Windows Memory Diagnostic or MEMTest 86 to identify faulty RAM. If confirmed, replace the defective RAM stick with a new one. Always ensure the correct type of RAM is installed. What are shadow copies in Windows, and how do you use them?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Shadow copies in Windows are a feature that allows users to take snapshots of files or folders for backup purposes. You can restore previous versions of files by right-clicking on the file, selecting Restore Previous Versions. How do you block a specific website on a computer?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use the hosts file to map the website's URL to 127.0.0.1. Alternatively, configure parental controls or firewall rules to block access to specific websites at the network level. What is the use of NetStat in network troubleshooting?
3, 2, 1, 0.
NetStat, Network Statistics, is a command line tool used to display network connections, routing tables, interface statistics, and more. It helps in troubleshooting network issues by identifying active connections and listening ports. How do you create a new partition in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use disk management to create a new partition by right-clicking unallocated space, choosing New Simple Volume, and following the prompts. Alternatively, use the diskpart command line utility to create partitions. How do you troubleshoot a USB device not being recognized?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Check if the USB port is functioning by testing with another device. Update or reinstall USB drivers via Device Manager, and ensure the device is not disabled. Check for power management settings that may be turning off USB devices to save power. What is the purpose of safe mode in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Safe mode is used for troubleshooting by starting Windows with a minimal set of drivers and services. It helps diagnose and fix issues like driver conflicts, malware infections, or system instability. What are file attributes, and how do you change them?
3, 2, 1, 0.
File attributes like read-only, hidden, and system control file visibility and behavior. You can change them via the File Properties window or using the attrib command in the command line, e.g., attrib +r, file name, to make a file read-only. What is RAID, and what are the different levels?
3, 2, 1, 0.
RAID, redundant array of independent disks. is a data storage technology that combines multiple hard drives into one unit for redundancy or performance. Common levels include RAID 0, striping, RAID 1, mirroring, and RAID 5, striping with parity. How would you troubleshoot a browser that won't load pages?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Clear the browser cache and cookies. Check internet connectivity. Disable any problematic browser extensions. And ensure the browser is up to date. Try loading the site in another browser or use incognito mode to rule out cached data issues. What is the function of a firewall in a network?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A firewall acts as a security barrier between a trusted network and an untrusted one, filtering incoming and outgoing traffic based on predefined security rules. It helps protect networks from unauthorized access and malicious attacks. How do you check the health of a battery on a laptop?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use the Power CFG battery report command to generate a report on battery health. This will provide details like capacity, charge cycles, and performance metrics. Alternatively, many laptops include battery health settings in their BIOS. What is IPsec, and how does it work?
3, 2, 1, 0.
IPsec, Internet Protocol Security, is a protocol suite that secures IP communications by authenticating and encrypting each IP packet. In a communication session, it is commonly used for VPNs to ensure data integrity and confidentiality. How would you reset a forgotten admin password in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Boot into safe mode with command prompt and use the command net user administrator * to reset the password. Alternatively, use a password reset disk, or create a new admin account through recovery tools if available. What is the function of a proxy server?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A proxy server acts as an intermediary between a client and the Internet. It helps improve security by hiding the client's IP address, filters requests for security or performance reasons, and caches data to improve load times. How do you configure a static root in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open command prompt and use the root add command to add a static root. E.g., root add, destination, mask, subnet mask, gateway. This configures the system to forward traffic for a specific network via a chosen gateway. What is the difference between UDP and TCP?
3, 2, 1, 0.
TCP, Transmission Control Protocol, is connection-oriented and ensures data is delivered reliably, while UDP, User Datagram Protocol, is connectionless, faster, and used for applications where speed is more important than reliability, e.g., streaming. How do you schedule a task in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use the task scheduler to create a task. Choose a trigger, e.g., time, start up, and specify the action, e.g., run a program, send an email. Tasks can also be scheduled via the command line using school tasks. How do you check for hardware conflicts in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open Device Manager and look for devices with a yellow warning symbol, indicating driver or resource conflicts. Check the Resources tab in the Properties of each device to identify IRQ or memory address conflicts. How do you restore a deleted file from the recycle bin?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open the recycle bin. Locate the deleted file. Right-click it, and select Restore. This will return the file to its original location. If the file is permanently deleted, use file recovery tools like Recover or Backups. What is BitLocker, and how is it used?
3, 2, 1, 0.
BitLocker is a built-in encryption feature in Windows that secures data by encrypting the entire drive. It can be enabled through the control panel, and users can manage encryption keys to unlock the drive when needed. How do you join a computer to a domain in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open System Properties. Click on Change Settings under the Computer Name tab, and select Domain under Member of. Enter the domain name and credentials to join the machine to the domain. How do you troubleshoot an application that crashes frequently?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Check for software updates or patches. Ensure system resources, CPU, memory, are not being overwhelmed. Review crash logs in Event Viewer, and run the app in compatibility mode or safe mode to rule out conflicts with other software or drivers. How would you troubleshoot a computer that keeps restarting?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Check for overheating by ensuring that the cooling fans are working properly. Run diagnostics to check for hardware issues. RAM, hard drive, update drivers. Check for malware, and ensure that Windows Update has no pending installations. What is DHCP, and how does it work?
3, 2, 1, 0.
DHCP, Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol, automatically assigns IP addresses to devices on a network. The DHCP server manages a pool of IP addresses and assigns them dynamically when devices request network access. How do you troubleshoot a system that cannot access shared files?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Check network connectivity. Verify that file sharing is enabled on both systems. Ensure correct permissions are set on the shared folder, and verify that the firewall is not blocking the connection. What is the role of DNS in networking?
3, 2, 1, 0.
DNS, Domain Name System, resolves human-readable domain names, like www.example.com, into IP addresses so that devices can communicate with each other over the Internet. Without DNS, users would need to remember IP addresses instead of URLs. How do you troubleshoot a printer that is not responding?
3, 2, 1,
Check the connection, wired or wireless. Ensure the printer is powered on. And verify the print queue. Restart the printer spooler service. Update drivers. And check for any error messages on the printer display or computer. How do you configure file and folder permissions in Windows? Right-click the file or folder. Go to Properties, then Security, and edit the permissions to allow or deny access to users or groups. Use advanced settings to configure inherited permissions and special permissions. What is a port in networking?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A port is a virtual communication endpoint that allows data to be transmitted to the correct service on a computer. Common port numbers include 80, HTTP, 443, HTTPS, and 21, FTP. Each service uses a different port to manage specific types of traffic. How do you troubleshoot an unresponsive program in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Press Ctrl plus Shift plus ESC to open Task Manager. Locate the unresponsive program, and end the task. If the issue persists, check Event Viewer for error logs. Reinstall the program, or check for software updates and patches. How do you configure Windows firewall rules?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open Windows Defender Firewall. Click on Advanced Settings, and configure inbound and outbound rules based on port, program, or protocol. You can also create custom rules to allow or block specific traffic. What is Safe Boot, and when is it used?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Safe Boot is a Windows feature that starts the computer with only essential drivers and services. It is used for troubleshooting issues such as malware infections, driver problems, or software conflicts that prevent the system from booting normally. What is group policy, and how is it used?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Group policy is a feature in Windows that allows administrators to manage settings and permissions for users and computers in an Active Directory environment. It can be used to configure security settings, software installations, and user environment settings. How would you troubleshoot a slow network connection?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Run a speed test to check the internet connection speed. Check for high bandwidth usage by other applications. Run a ping test to check for latency. Restart the router or switch. And verify the network cable or Wi-Fi signal strength. What is a subnet mask, and why is it important?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A subnet mask is used in IP addressing to divide an IP network into subnetworks, enabling efficient routing of traffic. It defines which part of an IP address represents the network and which part represents the host. How do you troubleshoot a blue screen error, BSOD?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use the error code displayed on the BSOD to identify the cause. Common issues include hardware failures, driver problems, and memory errors. Check Event Viewer. Run hardware diagnostics. And ensure that all drivers are up to date. What is the purpose of a backup, and how do you create one?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A backup is a copy of data stored separately from the original, used to recover information in case of data loss. You can create a backup using tools like Windows Backup, external drives, cloud storage, or third-party software like Acronis or Macrium. How do you check for disk errors in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use the chkdsk command in Command Prompt to scan the disk for errors. You can also use error checking in the drive properties or third-party tools like Crystal Disk Info to check for disk health and performance. How would you handle a user locked out of their account?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Verify the user's identity and reset their password using Active Directory or other user management tools. Ensure that the user has access to the new password and guide them through updating credentials on their devices. How do you troubleshoot a slow startup in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Disable unnecessary startup programs using Task Manager. Check for malware. Ensure that the system is up to date. And run disk cleanup or defragmentation. If necessary, review Event Viewer for any errors during startup. What is the difference between 32-bit and 64-bit architecture?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A 64-bit architecture can handle more RAM, over 4 GB, and run 64-bit applications, offering better performance for modern systems. A 32-bit system is limited to 4 GB of RAM and can only run 32-bit applications. What is the Windows registry, and what is its purpose?
3, 2, 1, 0.
The Windows registry is a database that stores configuration settings and options for the operating system and installed applications. It is used to manage system settings, user preferences, hardware configurations, and software settings. How do you reset a forgotten password in Mac OS?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Restart the Mac and hold down CMD+R to boot into recovery mode. Use the terminal to access the Reset Password utility and follow the prompts to reset the account password. Alternatively, use an Apple ID if linked to the account. What is an IP conflict, and how do you resolve it?
3, 2, 1, 0.
An IP conflict occurs when two devices on the same network are assigned the same IP address, causing connectivity issues. To resolve it, release and renew the IP address using ipconfig, release and ipconfig, renew, or manually assign a unique IP. How would you troubleshoot email delivery issues?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Check the email server status. Verify the user's email configuration settings, e.g., IMAP, SMTP. Check for any filters or blocks, and review the email server logs. Ensure that the user's mailbox is not full or that the domain isn't blacklisted. What is the difference between public and private IP addresses?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Public IP addresses are assigned by an ISP and are used to access the Internet. Private IP addresses are used within a local network and cannot be routed on the Internet. Devices within a private network use Network Address Translation (NAT) to communicate. How do you change the primary display in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open Display Settings. Select the monitor you want to set as the primary display. And check the Make this my main display option. The primary display will show the taskbar and main application windows. What is a patch panel, and how is it used?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A patch panel is a hardware device with ports that connect and manage network cables. It is used in structured cabling systems to organize and connect various devices, ensuring that different parts of a network communicate properly. How would you resolve a printer showing offline status?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Check the physical connection or network status. Restart the printer. Set the printer to online mode in the control panel. And reinstall the printer driver if necessary. Ensure the correct printer is set as default in the system. What is PXE boot, and when is it used?
3, 2, 1, 0.
PXE, Pre-boot Execution Environment. Boot allows a computer to boot from a network interface instead of a local drive. It is commonly used to install operating systems remotely or perform network-based diagnostics. What are shadow copies in Windows, and how are they used?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Shadow copies. Volume Shadow Copy Service (VSS) are snapshots of files or volumes that allow you to restore previous versions of files. You can access shadow copies by right-clicking a file, selecting Properties, and using the Previous Versions tab. What is a MAC address, and how does it differ from an IP address?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A MAC address is a unique identifier assigned to network interfaces for communications at the data link layer of a network. An IP address is used to identify devices on a network at the network layer. MAC addresses are fixed, while IP addresses can change. How do you check memory usage in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use Task Manager. Ctrl+Shift+ESC. Click on the Performance tab, and check the Memory section to monitor RAM usage. You can also use Resource Monitor or Performance Monitor for more detailed analysis. How would you handle a malware infection on a computer?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Disconnect the system from the network. Run antivirus and anti-malware scans. Remove or quarantine infected files. Check for unusual processes in Task Manager. Reset the system if needed. And educate the user on safe browsing practices. What is a service pack, and why is it important?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A service pack is a collection of updates, patches, and enhancements for an operating system or software. Installing service packs helps ensure that the system is up to date, secure, and running efficiently by fixing known issues and vulnerabilities. How do you configure network adapters in Linux?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use the ifconfig or IP command to configure IP addresses for network adapters. Edit network configuration files in, etc., network, interfaces, or, etc., netplan. Depending on the Linux distribution. For persistent changes. How do you block a specific IP address on a Windows system?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use Windows firewall's inbound rules or outbound rules to create a custom rule that blocks traffic from or to the specified IP address. Alternatively, block IP addresses at the router level. How do you run system diagnostics on a Windows machine?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use tools like SFC, ScanNow, System File Checker, to scan for and repair corrupted system files. CHKDSK to check for disk errors. And Event Viewer to review logs for issues. For hardware diagnostics, use Windows Memory Diagnostic or third-party tools. How do you configure a proxy server in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open Internet Options. Go to the Connections tab, and click on LAN Settings. Enable Use a Proxy Server and enter the proxy server address and port. Some applications may require proxy configuration in their specific settings. How would you recover a system that won't boot?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Boot into Safe Mode or Windows Recovery Environment. WinRE. Run Startup Repair. Or use bootrec commands, e.g. fix MBR, fix boot, rebuild BCD. If necessary, restore the system from a backup or perform a clean installation of the OS. What is the difference between full, incremental, and differential backups?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A full backup copies all data. Incremental backups copy only the data that has changed since the last backup. And differential backups copy all data that has changed since the last full backup. What is a VLAN, and how does it work?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A VLAN, Virtual Local Area Network, is a network segmentation technique that allows devices to be grouped logically, even if they are on different physical networks. VLANs improve security and network management by isolating traffic between different groups. How do you repair a corrupted user profile in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Create a new user profile and copy the data from the corrupted profile, e.g., desktop, documents, to the new one. You can also try using the SFC, ScanNow command to repair corrupted system files or check for disk errors with CHKDSK. How do you recover deleted emails in Outlook?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Check the deleted items folder first if the emails are not there. Use the Recover Deleted Items option in Outlook to retrieve them from the server. This feature is typically available for Exchange or Office 365 accounts. How would you handle a network-wide outage?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Check the router, switch status. Verify the Internet connection with the ISP. Inspect cabling for physical issues. Review logs for any error messages. And communicate with users about the situation. Restore the network by restarting devices if needed. What is a DMZ, and how is it used in networking?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A DMZ, Demilitarized Zone, is a section of a network that is exposed to the Internet but isolated from the internal network. It is commonly used to host public-facing services like web servers, allowing external access while protecting the internal network. How do you check DNS settings in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use the ipconfig, all command in command prompt to view DNS settings. Or open the network adapter properties and check the DNS server addresses under IPv4 or IPv6. Settings. How do you resolve issues with a corrupted Windows update?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Run the Windows Update Troubleshooter. Use the DISM, online, cleanup image, restore health and SFC, scan now commands to repair system files. Or manually delete the update cache, software distribution folder, and retry the update process. How do you extend disk partitions in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use disk management, disk mgmt.msc, to extend a partition by right-clicking on the volume and selecting Extend Volume. If the option is unavailable, free up unallocated space or use third-party tools like gparted for more complex partition resizing. How do you create a virtual machine in VirtualBox?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open VirtualBox. Click on New, and follow the wizard to create a virtual machine by assigning RAM, disk space, and selecting an operating system. Install the OS on the VM and configure additional settings like network adapters or shared folders. How do you troubleshoot intermittent wireless connectivity issues?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Check for Wi-Fi signal strength. Ensure drivers and firmware are up to date. Reboot the router. Change the Wi-Fi channel to reduce interference. And disable power-saving modes for the wireless adapter. How do you configure a static route on a router?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Access the router's configuration interface, usually through a web browser. Navigate to the routing section, and add a static route by specifying the destination network, subnet mask, and gateway. Save the configuration and verify the route. What is RDP, and how is it used?
3, 2, 1, 0.
RDP, Remote Desktop Protocol, is a protocol used to connect to and control a remote computer over a network. It allows users to access their desktop, applications, and files from another location as if they were sitting in front of the computer. How do you create a bootable USB drive for Windows installation?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use a tool like Rufus or the Microsoft Media Creation tool to create a bootable USB drive with the Windows installation files. Ensure the correct partition scheme, MBR or GPT, and file system, NTFS or FAT32, are selected for the target device. How do you restore deleted system files in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use the System File Checker, SFC, Scan Now, to scan and restore missing or corrupted system files. You can also restore system files from a backup or use System Restore to revert to a previous state. How do you configure BitLocker on a Windows machine?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open Control Panel. Navigate to BitLocker Drive Encryption, and turn on BitLocker for the selected drive. Choose the encryption method, create a recovery key, and complete the encryption process. How would you troubleshoot a failing external hard drive?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Check the drive for physical damage. Test it on a different computer or port. Run disk utilities like chkdsk or third-party software to check for errors. And update drivers, if needed. Attempt data recovery before reformatting the drive. What is a hypervisor, and what are its types?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A hypervisor is software that creates and manages virtual machines. There are two types. Type 1, bare metal, runs directly on hardware, e.g., VMware SSH, and Type 2, hosted, runs on an operating system, e.g., VirtualBox, VMware Workstation. How do you resolve a USB device not recognized error?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Unplug and replug the device. Try a different USB port. Update USB drivers. Check Device Manager for any errors. And restart the computer. What is a host's file, and how is it used?
3, 2, 1, 0.
The host's file is a local file that maps host names to IP addresses before a DNS lookup is performed. It is used to override DNS or for local testing. How do you repair a corrupted Windows registry?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use SFC, Scan Now to repair system files. DISM commands to repair the system image. Or restore the registry from a backup using System Restore or manual registry editing in safe mode. How do you troubleshoot a slow internet connection?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Check for network congestion. Restart the modem, router. Check for bandwidth hogging applications. Run speed tests. And ensure no malware is causing network slowdown. What is the difference between IMAP and POP3 email protocols?
3, 2, 1,
IMAP, Internet Message Access Protocol, keeps emails on the server, allowing access from multiple devices, while POP3, Post Office Protocol, downloads emails to the local device and usually deletes them from the server. How do you enable or disable remote desktop in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Go to System Properties. Click on the Remote tab. And check or uncheck Allow remote connections to this computer to enable or disable remote desktop access. How do you troubleshoot a system that keeps rebooting?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Check for hardware issues such as overheating. Run memory and disk diagnostics. Update drivers. And disable automatic restarts in case of a system crash to identify the cause. What is a network gateway, and why is it important?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A gateway is a device that connects different networks and allows data to flow between them. It is crucial for enabling communication between a local network and external networks, like the Internet. What is DNS poisoning, and how can you prevent it?
3, 2, 1, 0.
DNS poisoning is a security attack where DNS cache entries are altered to redirect users to malicious websites. Prevent it by using DNSSEC, secure DNS servers, and clearing DNS caches regularly. How do you troubleshoot DNS resolution issues?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Verify network connectivity. Use NSLookup or ping to check DNS server response. Flush the DNS cache with ipconfig, flush DNS. And ensure the correct DNS settings are configured. How do you handle a slow booting computer?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Check for startup programs. Disable unnecessary services. Update drivers. Scan for malware. And ensure the system has sufficient RAM and storage space. How do you block websites using the host's file?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open the host's file in C. Windows, System 32, Drivers, etc. Hosts. Add the IP address 127.0.0.1 followed by the website URL you want to block. And save the file. How do you troubleshoot an application that crashes on launch?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Check for software updates. Run the application as an administrator. Reinstall the app. Check Event Viewer for error logs. And scan for malware or system file corruption. What is port forwarding, and how do you configure it?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Port forwarding allows external devices to access services on a local network by redirecting traffic from a specific port on the router to a device inside the network. Configure it through your router's settings. How do you troubleshoot a computer not detecting a second monitor?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Check the physical connection. Ensure the monitor is powered on. Update the display drivers. And use the display settings to detect and configure the second monitor. What is an SSL certificate, and how does it work?
3, 2, 1, 0.
An SSL, Secure Sockets Layer, certificate is a digital certificate that encrypts data transmitted between a web server and a browser, ensuring secure communication over HTTPS. How do you clear browser cache in Chrome?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open Chrome. Click on the three-dot menu. Go to More Tools. Select Clear Browsing Data. Choose the desired time range. And clear cached images and files. What is a kernel, and why is it important?
3, 2, 1, 0.
The kernel is the core part of an operating system, managing system resources, hardware, and communication between applications and the hardware. It controls essential functions like memory management and task scheduling. What is the difference between a public and private IP address?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A public IP address is used to communicate on the Internet, while a private IP address is used within a local network. Private IPs are not routable on the public Internet. And how do you check disk space usage in Linux?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use the DFH command to display disk space usage in human-readable format. For more detailed usage per directory, use do commands such as do-sh. How do you enable file and printer sharing in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open Control Panel. Go to Network and Sharing Center. Select Change Advanced Sharing Settings. And enable file and printer sharing under the appropriate network profile. How do you configure a scheduled task in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open Task Scheduler. Create a new task. And define the trigger, action, and conditions for the task. Tasks can be set to run at specific times or in response to system events. What is an SSL VPN, and how does it work?
3, 2, 1, 0.
An SSL VPN allows secure access to a network using secure sockets layer encryption. Unlike traditional IPsec VPNs, SSL VPNs operate through a web browser and provide remote access to internal network resources. How do you reset a forgotten local administrator password in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use a password reset disk if available. Access safe mode and enable the built-in administrator account. Or boot into recovery mode and use command prompt to reset the password via net user commands. What is the difference between TCP and UDP?
3, 2, 1, 0.
TCP, Transmission Control Protocol, is connection-oriented, providing reliable, ordered, and error-checked data transmission, while UDP, User Datagram Protocol, is connectionless, faster, and less reliable. How do you troubleshoot a network printer that isn't responding?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Check the network connection. Ensure the printer is powered on and connected to the network. Verify printer settings. Restart the printer. and reinstall the printer driver if necessary. What is a DHCP lease, and how do you release and renew it?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A DHCP lease is a temporary assignment of an IP address to a device on a network. To release and renew the lease, use the ipconfig, release and ipconfig, renew commands in Windows. How do you access the BIOS on a computer?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Restart the computer and press the designated key, usually F2, Del, or ESC, during the boot process to access the BIOS, UEFI settings. How do you troubleshoot a Wi-Fi network that keeps disconnecting?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Check for interference from other devices. Update Wi-Fi drivers. Restart the router. Change Wi-Fi channels. And ensure that power-saving features aren't affecting the connection. What is a proxy server, and how is it used?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A proxy server, ACTS, is an intermediary between a client and a server, often used to filter requests, improve security, or enable access to resources from different locations. How do you configure an email account in Microsoft Outlook?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open Outlook. Go to File, Account Settings, New. Select the account type, IMAP, POP, and enter the incoming, outgoing mail server settings provided by the email provider. How do you troubleshoot a slow file transfer over the network?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Check for network congestion. Test network cables. Verify network speed settings. Duplex mismatch. Update network drivers. And test the transfer on different devices or protocols. What is the purpose of a loopback address, and how is it used?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A loopback address, 127.0.0.1, is used to test network software on a local machine without sending packets over the network. It's useful for diagnosing network software issues locally. How do you disable or enable Windows Update?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open Services by typing services.msc. Locate Windows Update. And set the startup type to disabled to turn off updates or automatic to enable updates. How do you configure a static IP address in Linux?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Edit the network configuration file, e.g., etc., network, interfaces for Debian-based systems or, etc., sysconfig, network scripts, for Red Hat-based systems. To specify the static IP address, subnet mask, and gateway. What is the difference between NTFS and FAT32?
3, 2, 1, 0.
NTFS, New Technology File System, supports larger file sizes, advanced security features, and file compression, while FAT32, File Allocation Table 32, has lower overhead but limits file size to 4 GB. How do you map a network drive in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open File Explorer. Right-click this PC. Choose Map Network Drive. Select a drive letter, and enter the network path, e.g., server name, share name. How do you troubleshoot a BSOD, blue screen of death?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Check the error code. Analyze the mini-dump file using tools like WinDBG. Update drivers. Check for hardware issues like faulty RAM. And ensure the system is not overheating. How do you reset a forgotten password in Linux?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Boot into recovery mode. Or use a live USB. Mount the file system, and use the password command to reset the user's password. For root account, you can edit the shadow file or reset it in single user mode. How do you check the version of a driver in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open Device Manager. Select the device. Go to Properties. And check the Driver tab for version details. How do you configure dual boot with Windows and Linux?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Install Windows first. Then install Linux. During Linux installation, choose the option to install alongside Windows. Linux's bootloader, Grub, will manage the boot options for both systems. How do you prevent a user from installing software in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use Group Policy, gpedit.msc, to configure software restrictions. Assign standard user accounts, not admin. And use Windows Defender Application Control to block unauthorized installations. What is two-factor authentication, and why is it important?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Two-factor authentication, 2FA, requires two forms of verification, e.g., password plus mobile code, to access a system, enhancing security by reducing the risk of unauthorized access. How do you change DNS settings in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open Network and Sharing Center. Select your network connection. Go to Properties. And change the DNS server settings under Internet Protocol version 4. TCP, IPv4. What is a ping of death, and how do you prevent it?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A ping of death is a type of DOS attack where an oversized ping packet is sent to crash or freeze a system. Prevent it by updating systems and using firewall rules to block oversized ICMP packets. How do you configure a VPN connection in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Go to Settings, Network and Internet greater than VPN. Click Add a VPN connection. And fill in the necessary information such as server address, VPN type, and login credentials. How do you troubleshoot a faulty USB device?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Test the device on another computer. Try different USB ports. Check for device errors in Device Manager. Update drivers, and scan for power supply issues. What is disk defragmentation, and when should it be used?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Disk defragmentation reorganizes fragmented data on a hard drive to improve performance. It should be used on HDDs periodically, but it is not necessary on SSDs due to their architecture. How do you enable file history in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Go to Control Panel, select File History, and turn it on. Choose a drive to store file versions, and configure what folders should be backed up. How do you block a specific website using a firewall?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Access your router or firewall settings. Create a rule to block outgoing traffic to the specific IP address or domain name of the website. How do you troubleshoot a slow VPN connection?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Check for network congestion. Update VPN client software. Switch servers. Adjust encryption settings. And ensure that the network doesn't have bandwidth limitations affecting the VPN. What is a DHCP reservation, and how is it used?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A DHCP reservation assigns a fixed IP address to a specific device based on its MAC address, ensuring that the device always receives the same IP from the DHCP server. How do you identify and close a process in Linux?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use the PS command to list processes and kill or kill commands to terminate a specific process by PID or name. What is ICMP, and what is its purpose?
3, 2, 1, 0.
ICMP, Internet Control Message Protocol, is used for error reporting and diagnostic functions in networking, such as the ping command to test connectivity between devices. How do you troubleshoot an unresponsive Windows application?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open Task Manager. Locate the unresponsive application, and use End Task to force close it. Check Event Viewer for error logs and update or reinstall the application if necessary. How do you set up a print server in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open Control Panel. Go to Devices and Printers. Click Add a Printer. Choose Add a Network, Wireless, or Bluetooth printer, and follow the prompts to share the printer on the network. How do you check the health of a hard drive?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use built-in tools like CHKDSK in Windows or third-party applications like Crystal Disk Info to check the smart status, bad sectors, and overall health of the hard drive. How do you disable startup programs in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open Task Manager. Go to the Startup tab, and disable any unnecessary programs from starting with the system. Alternatively, use msconfig for advanced options. How do you back up the Windows registry?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open Registry Editor, Regedit. Go to File, Export. Choose All to back up the entire registry. and save the .reg file to a safe location. How do you manually assign an IP address in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open Control Panel. Go to Network and Sharing Center. Select Change Adapter Settings. Right-click your network connection. Choose Properties. Select IPv4. And enter the IP details. What is a MAC address, and why is it important?
3, 2, 1, 0.
AMAC. Media Access Control. Address is a unique identifier assigned to network interfaces for communications on a physical network. It's essential for network security and access control. How do you set up a network printer on a Linux system?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use the LP admin command to add the printer or install the cups. Common Unix printing system. Then configure it using a web interface. Usually at localhost 631. What is an inode in Linux, and what is its purpose?
3, 2, 1, 0.
An inode is a data structure in a Unix-based file system that stores metadata about a file or directory, such as permissions, ownership, and file size, but not the file name or data content. How do you repair corrupted system files in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Run the scan now command in an elevated command prompt to scan and repair corrupt system files. If further issues persist, use DISM, online, cleanup image, restore health. How do you perform a memory test in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use the Windows Memory Diagnostic tool, mdsched.x, to check for memory issues. Restart the computer and allow the test to run during boot to detect RAM problems. How do you create a symbolic link in Linux?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use the lanes command followed by the source file and the destination path to create a symbolic soft link, which points to another file or directory. How do you troubleshoot a printer that is printing gibberish?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Check for corrupted printer drivers. Ensure the correct printer model is selected. Verify that the print spooler is functioning correctly. And update or reinstall the drivers. What is NAT, and how does it work?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Network Address Translation (NAT) is a method used by routers to map multiple private IP addresses to a single public IP address, allowing devices on a local network to share an internet connection. How do you troubleshoot a slow website loading issue?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Check the website on multiple browsers and devices. Test the internet speed. Flush DNS cache. Disable browser extensions. And check for network latency or server-side issues. How do you update firmware on a device?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Download the latest firmware from the device manufacturer's website. Then follow their specific instructions to apply the update. typically done through a web interface or software utility. What is the difference between hyper-threading and multi-core processors?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Hyper-threading allows a single physical processor core to act like two separate cores, processing multiple threads, while multi-core processors have multiple physical cores on a single chip. How do you check for open ports on a Windows machine?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use the netstat command with the or an options to display a list of open ports and the associated services. You can also use third-party tools like Nmap for more advanced scanning. How do you repair a corrupt MBR master boot record?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Boot from a Windows installation media. Go to Repair Your Computer. Open Command Prompt, and use the bootrec fix MBR command to repair the master boot record. What is the difference between FTP and SFTP?
3, 2, 1, 0.
FTP, File Transfer Protocol, transfers files over an insecure connection, while SFTP, SSH File Transfer Protocol, uses SSH to encrypt the data during the transfer, providing enhanced security. How do you troubleshoot high CPU usage in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open Task Manager. Go to the Processes tab, and identify any processes consuming excessive CPU resources. End the task if necessary and investigate potential causes like malware or buggy software. How do you configure port forwarding on a router?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Access your router's web interface. Navigate to the port forwarding section, and enter the external and internal port numbers, protocol type, TCP, UDP, and the internal IP address of the device. What is DNS propagation, and how long does it take?
3, 2, 1, 0.
DNS propagation is the process of updating DNS servers globally after changes to DNS records. It can take anywhere from a few minutes to 48 hours for the changes to propagate fully. How do you set up a static root in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use the root add command followed by the destination network, subnet mask, and gateway IP address in an elevated command prompt to configure a static root. What is an access control list, ACL, and how is it used?
3, 2, 1, 0.
An ACL is a set of rules that define permissions for users or systems to access specific resources on a network or file system, commonly used in routers and firewalls to control traffic. What is RAID, and what are the different RAID levels?
3, 2, 1, 0.
RAID, redundant array of independent disks, combines multiple hard drives to improve performance or provide redundancy. Common levels are RAID 0, striping, RAID 1, mirroring, and RAID 5, parity. How do you reset a router to factory settings?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Press and hold the reset button on the router for 10 to 30 seconds. Or log into the router's web interface and choose the factory reset option. Make sure to reconfigure after resetting. How do you troubleshoot a service that won't start in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Check the event logs in Event Viewer for related error messages. Verify that the service dependencies are running. Ensure that there are no permission issues. And attempt to restart the service. How do you repair a corrupt user profile in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Create a new user account and transfer the data from the old profile. Or use scan now to fix system files and check for potential file system errors that may have caused the corruption. What is a firewall, and how does it work?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A firewall is a security system that monitors and controls incoming and outgoing network traffic based on predetermined security rules. It acts as a barrier between trusted and untrusted networks. How do you force close a program in Mac OS?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Press Command plus Option plus ESC to bring up the Force Quit Applications window. Select the unresponsive app, and click Force Quit. How do you disable a specific service in Linux?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use the systemctl command followed by disable and the service name. E.g., sudo systemctl disable Apache 2. To prevent the service from starting automatically on boot. How do you upgrade packages in Linux using apt?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Run the commands sudo apt update to update the package list and sudo apt upgrade to install the latest versions of installed packages. What is ARP, and what is its purpose?
3, 2, 1, 0.
ARP, Address Resolution Protocol, is used to map a network device's IP address to its MAC address so that data can be correctly sent to the destination device over a local network. How do you fix an unresponsive touchpad on a laptop?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Try enabling the touchpad using function keys, e.g., Fn plus F7. Update or reinstall the touchpad drivers. Or check touchpad settings in the mouse and touchpad settings. How do you install security patches on a Linux system?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use the package manager for your Linux distribution, e.g., apt for Debian-based, yum for Red Hat-based, to update the system, or apply patches manually by downloading from the vendor. How do you enable remote desktop in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Go to System Properties. Select the Remote tab. And check the box for Allow remote connections to this computer. Ensure Remote Desktop is enabled in the firewall. What is the purpose of a DHCP server?
3, 2, 1, 0.
DHCP, Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol, automatically assigns IP addresses and other network configuration parameters to devices on the Network. Reducing manual configuration. How do you change DNS settings on a Windows machine?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Go to Network and Sharing Center. Click on the active connection. Select Properties. Then choose IPv4. And manually enter preferred DNS servers in the DNS settings field. How do you check disk health in Linux?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use the smartctl command from the SmartMonTools package to check the SMART health status of a disk, or use FSCK to check for and repair file system errors. What is the difference between SSL and TLS?
3, 2, 1, 0.
SSL, Secure Sockets Layer, is an older cryptographic protocol used to secure communications, while TLS, Transport Layer Security, is its more secure and modern successor. How do you create a new user account in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open Control Panel. Go to User Accounts. Select Manage Another Account, and click Add a New User in PC Settings. Alternatively, use Net User. Add in Command Prompt. How do you enable BitLocker on a Windows device?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Go to Control Panel. Select BitLocker Drive Encryption, and choose the drive to encrypt. Follow the prompts to enable BitLocker and save the recovery key. How do you troubleshoot a network connection that frequently drops?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Check the physical connections. Reset the router or switch. Ensure drivers are up to date. Run a ping test for network stability. And verify that the network adapter is functioning properly. How do you create a network share in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Right-click the folder you want to share. Select Properties. Go to the Sharing tab. Click Share, and choose the users to share with, or use NetShare in Command Prompt. How do you uninstall software using the command line in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use the WMIC command, e.g., WMIC product where name equals program name call uninstall, to remove installed software, or use PowerShell scripts for more complex batch uninstalls. What is PowerShell, and how is it different from command prompt?
3, 2, 1, 0.
PowerShell is a task automation framework with scripting capabilities, more advanced than command prompt. It allows automation via CMD-lets, pipeline functionality, and access to .NET objects. How do you perform a clean boot in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open msconfig. Go to the Services tab. Hide Microsoft Services, and disable all others. Then, go to the Startup tab. Open Task Manager, and disable all startup programs before restarting. What are the different file system types supported by Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Windows supports several file systems, including FAT32, exFAT, and NTFS. NTFS is the most commonly used due to its support for large files and advanced features like security permissions. How do you troubleshoot DNS issues?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use NSLOOKUP or ping to check DNS resolution. Clear the DNS cache using ipconfig, flush DNS. Verify the DNS server settings. And try switching to a public DNS server like Google. 8.8.8.8. How do you configure a firewall rule in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open Windows Defender Firewall with Advanced Security. Click on Inbound Rules or Outbound Rules. And create a new rule by specifying the program or port to allow or block. What is a VPN, and how does it work?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A VPN, Virtual Private Network, creates an encrypted tunnel between the user's device and the VPN server, masking the user's IP address and providing privacy and secure remote access. How do you troubleshoot slow network performance?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Check network speed using online tools. Verify that the device has a strong connection. Inspect for bandwidth hogging applications. Update drivers. And check for network congestion or hardware issues. What is a subnet mask, and why is it used?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A subnet mask is used to divide an IP address into the network and host portions, allowing efficient IP address allocation and routing within subnets. How do you run a program as an administrator in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Right-click on the program's icon and select Run as Administrator. Or use Ctrl+Shift and click to run a program with elevated privileges. How do you disable a device in Windows Device Manager?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open Device Manager, find the device you want to disable, right-click it, and select Disable. How do you troubleshoot a black screen issue after booting Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Check hardware connections, e.g., loose cables. Boot into safe mode. Uninstall faulty drivers. Disable fast startup. Or restore the system to a previous working state using System Restore. How do you configure a dual boot system with Windows and Linux?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Install Windows first, then Linux. During Linux installation, select the option to install alongside Windows. This setup configures a bootloader like Grub to allow dual booting. What are group policies in Windows, and how do they work?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Group policies are used to control user and computer settings in an Active Directory environment. They can enforce security settings, application restrictions, and network configurations. How do you troubleshoot USB device recognition issues?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Check the USB port and cable. Reinstall USB drivers. Use Device Manager to scan for hardware changes. Disable USB selective suspend. Or try the device on another machine. What is RDP, and how does it work?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Remote Desktop Protocol (RDP) allows users to remotely connect to and control another computer's desktop over a network. Typically used for remote management and support. How do you reset NTFS permissions on a folder?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Right-click the folder. Select Properties. Go to the Security tab. Click Advanced. And choose Restore Defaults or use the ICACLS command in Command Prompt to reset permissions. How do you create a system restore point in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open System Properties. Go to the System Protection tab. And click Create under the Protection Settings section to manually create a restore point. How do you check for hardware compatibility on a new system build?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Verify the compatibility of the motherboard, CPU, GPU, RAM, and power supply via manufacturer documentation and online compatibility tools. What is ICMP, and what is it used for?
3, 2, 1, 0.
ICMP, Internet Control Message Protocol, is used by network devices to send error messages and operational information. Primarily for diagnostics, e.g., ping uses ICMP. How do you disable UAC, User Account Control, in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open Control Panel. Go to User Accounts. Click Change User Account Control Settings. And move the slider to Never Notify to disable UAC. How do you increase virtual memory in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open System Properties. Go to the Advanced tab. Click Settings under Performance. Select Advanced. And increase the paging file size under Virtual Memory. How do you update drivers in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Go to Device Manager. Right-click the device. And select Update Driver. You can choose to search automatically for updated driver software or browse your computer for drivers. What steps would you take to troubleshoot a printer that won't print?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Check printer connections. Ensure the printer is powered on. Verify that it's set as the default printer. Check for error messages. And ensure there are no stuck print jobs in the queue. How do you disable Windows Defender?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open Windows Security. Go to Virus and Threat Protection. Click Manage Settings. And toggle off Real-Time Protection. How can you check your system specifications in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Right-click on this PC or my computer. Select Properties. And view System Specifications. Or use the dxdiag command for detailed information. What is a restore point in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A restore point is a saved snapshot of system files and settings at a specific time. allowing you to restore the system to that point in case of issues. How do you remove a virus from a Windows computer?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use a trusted antivirus program to run a full system scan, quarantine or remove detected threats, and ensure that the operating system and all software are up to date. What is a blue screen error, and how do you troubleshoot it?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A blue screen error, BSOD, occurs when Windows encounters a critical error. To troubleshoot, note the error code, reboot, check hardware connections, and update drivers. How do you reset network settings in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open Settings. Go to Network and Internet. Click on Status, and select Network Reset to reset all network adapters and restore original network settings. How can you access the BIOS, UEFI settings?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Restart the computer and press the designated key, like F2, F10, Del, or ESC, during the boot process, depending on the motherboard manufacturer. What is the function of an operating system?
3, 2, 1, 0.
An operating system manages hardware and software resources, provides a user interface, and ACTS as an intermediary between users and the computer hardware. How do you check for Windows updates?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Go to Settings, select Update and Security, and click on Windows Update. Then click Check for Updates to see if any updates are available. What is the difference between a hard link and a symbolic link?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A hard link is a direct reference to the file data on disk, while a symbolic link is a pointer to another file or directory that can span different file systems. How do you manage startup programs in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open Task Manager, go to the Startup tab, and enable or disable startup programs as needed. What is an IP address?
3, 2, 1, 0.
An IP address is a unique identifier assigned to each device connected to a network, used for communication and location addressing on the Internet or a local network. How do you check system performance in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use Task Manager to monitor CPU, memory, disk, and network usage, or use the Performance Monitor for advanced performance tracking. What is the role of Active Directory?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Active Directory is a directory service that manages user accounts, computers, and resources in a Windows domain, allowing centralized management of network security and resource access. How do you check the system event logs in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open Event Viewer by typing Event VWR in the Run dialog, and navigate to Windows Logs to view System, Application, and Security Event Logs. How do you compress a folder in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Right-click the folder, select Send to, and choose Compressed, Zipped folder. This creates a zip file of the folder's contents. How do you view hidden files in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open File Explorer, click View, and check the box for hidden items to display hidden files and folders. What is a gateway in networking?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A gateway is a network node that acts as an access point to another network, often serving as a translator between different network protocols or architectures. How do you use ipconfig in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open Command Prompt and type ipconfig to display the current network configuration, including IP address, subnet mask, and default gateway. How do you find the MAC address of a device?
3, 2, 1, 0.
In Windows, use the command get MAC in Command Prompt or ipconfig, all to view the MAC address for each network. Adapter. How do you enable system protection in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Right-click on this PC. Select Properties. Go to the System Protection tab. Select the drive, and click Configure to enable system protection and create restore points. What is the function of the task scheduler in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Task scheduler automates the execution of scripts or programs at specified times or in response to specific events, enabling task automation and management. How do you perform a network ping test?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open Command Prompt and type ping less than hostname or IP address greater than to test the reachability of a host and measure round-trip time for messages sent to the destination. How do you configure Wi-Fi settings in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Click on the Wi-Fi icon in the taskbar. Select the desired network, and enter the password if required. For advanced settings, go to Network and Internet in Settings. What is a rootkit?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A rootkit is a collection of malicious software designed to provide unauthorized access to a computer or network while hiding its presence from the user and standard detection methods. How do you perform a file recovery in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use file history if enabled, or utilize third-party recovery software to attempt recovery of deleted files. For backup recovery, restore from a backup created via Windows Backup. How do you check the integrity of a hard drive in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use the chkdsk command in Command Prompt, e.g., chkdskcf, to check for and fix errors on the disk, or use the error checking tool in Drive Properties. What is two-factor authentication? 2FA.
3, 2, 1, 0.
Two-factor authentication is a security process that requires two different forms of verification, e.g., a password and a mobile authentication code. To enhance account security. How do you enable the Windows firewall?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Go to Control Panel. Select Windows Defender Firewall. Click Turn Windows Defender Firewall on or off. And choose to enable the firewall for private and public networks. What is a DDoS attack?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A distributed denial of service. DDoS attack overwhelms a target with traffic from multiple sources, rendering the target inaccessible to legitimate users. How do you check your computer system resources in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open Task Manager. Ctrl+Shift+ESC. Then go to the Performance tab to view CPU, memory, disk, and network usage statistics. How do you access system properties in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Right-click this PC or my computer and select Properties. Or press Windows plus pause, break to quickly open the System Properties window. What are the common types of malware?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Common types of malware include viruses, worms, trojans, ransomware, adware, and spyware, each with different methods of infecting systems and achieving malicious goals. How do you share a folder in Linux?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use the Samba service to configure shared folders. Edit the /etc/samba/smb.conf file to add the shared folder and use the smbpasswd command to set passwords for access. What is the purpose of a VPN?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A virtual private network (VPN) encrypts internet traffic and hides the user's IP address, providing a secure connection to the internet and protecting privacy while online. How do you troubleshoot a slow computer?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Check for resource-heavy applications in Task Manager. Ensure the system is free from malware. Clean up disk space, and consider upgrading hardware if necessary. What is DNS, and why is it important?
3, 2, 1, 0.
The Domain Name System, DNS, translates domain names into IP addresses, allowing users to access websites using human-readable addresses rather than numerical IPs. How do you configure remote desktop access in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Enable remote desktop in System Properties. Allow access for users. And ensure that the firewall allows remote desktop connections. How do you free up disk space on a Windows computer?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use disk cleanup to remove temporary files. Uninstall unnecessary programs. And consider moving files to external storage or cloud services to free up space. What is an SSL certificate?
3, 2, 1, 0.
An SSL, Secure Sockets Layer, certificate is a digital certificate that authenticates the identity of a website and encrypts Information sent between the server and the user's browser. How do you change the user account control (UAC) settings?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Go to Control Panel. Select User Accounts. Click Change User Account Control Settings. And adjust the slider to your preferred level of security. How do you view system resources in Linux?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use commands like top or htop in the terminal to view real-time resource usage. Or free H to check memory usage. What is a subnet mask?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A subnet mask is a 32-bit address used to divide an IP address into network and host portions, helping identify which part of the IP address refers to the network and which part refers to the device. How do you configure an email account in Outlook?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open Outlook. Go to File. Click Add Account. Enter your email address. And follow the prompts to set up your account with the necessary settings. What is the role of the DHCP server?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A dynamic host configuration protocol. DHCP server automatically assigns IP addresses and other network configuration settings to devices on a network, simplifying IP management. How do you change the screen resolution in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Right-click on the desktop. Select Display Settings. Scroll down to Scale and Layout. And adjust the resolution from the drop-down menu. And how do you change the default web browser in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Go to Settings. Select Apps. Click on Default Apps. And under Web Browser, choose the browser you want as the default from the list. What is the difference between HTTP and HTTPS?
3, 2, 1, 0.
HTTP, Hypertext Transfer Protocol, is unsecured, while HTTPS, HTTP Secure, uses encryption, SSL, TLS, to secure data transferred between the browser and the server. How do you install software in Linux using the terminal?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use package management commands like apt install less than package greater than for Debian-based systems or yum install less than package greater than for Red Hat-based systems in the terminal. What is the purpose of a proxy server?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A proxy server, ACTS, is an intermediary between a user's device and the Internet, providing anonymity, content filtering, and access control for network traffic. How do you clear your browser cache?
3, 2, 1, 0.
In Chrome, go to Settings. Select Privacy and Security. Then Clear Browsing Data. Choose the time range and select Cached Images and Files. Then click Clear Data. What is the function of the command prompt in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
The command prompt allows users to execute commands, run scripts, and manage system tasks through a text-based interface rather than a graphical user interface. How do you test internet speed?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use an online speed test tool like Ookla Speed Test or Fastcom to measure download and upload speeds, as well as latency. What is an operating system kernel?
3, 2, 1, 0.
The kernel is the core component of an operating system that manages system resources and communication between hardware and software, serving as the bridge between applications and the hardware. How do you restore a deleted file in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
If you have a backup or if file history is enabled, you can restore deleted files from the recycle bin or file history. Alternatively, use file recovery software. What is the purpose of a load balancer?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A load balancer distributes network or application traffic across multiple servers to ensure reliability and performance by preventing any single server from being overwhelmed. How do you monitor network traffic?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use tools like Wireshark or Netstat to analyze and monitor network traffic, helping identify issues or unauthorized access attempts on the network. What is the difference between RAM and ROM?
3, 2, 1, 0.
RAM, random access memory, is volatile memory used for temporary data storage while the computer is on. Whereas ROM, read-only memory, is non-volatile and stores firmware permanently. How do you set up a VPN connection in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Go to Settings. Select Network and Internet. Click VPN. Then add a VPN connection, and fill in the required details for the VPN provider. What are the main functions of a router?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A router connects multiple networks, directs data traffic between them, and can provide security features like a firewall, DHCP services, and NAT. How do you check the battery health of a laptop?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use the built-in battery report feature by typing power CFG, battery report in the command prompt. Or check battery settings in Settings under System. What is the purpose of system patches and updates?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Patches and updates fix bugs, close security vulnerabilities, and improve system performance, ensuring software remains secure and functional. How do you configure a static IP address in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Go to Network Connections. Right-click on your network adapter. Select Properties. Click on Internet Protocol version 4, TCP, IPv4, and enter the static IP address settings. What is a backup and why is it important?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A backup is a copy of data stored separately to protect against loss or corruption. It is essential for data recovery in case of hardware failure, accidental deletion, or disasters. How do you create a virtual machine in VMware?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open VMware. Click Create a new virtual machine. Choose the installation method. Allocate resources, CPU, memory, and install the operating system on the virtual machine. How do you handle an angry customer on a support call?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Listen actively. Remain calm. Empathize with their frustration. Apologize for any inconvenience. And work toward a resolution while ensuring they feel heard and valued. What is a cloud service?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A cloud service provides computing resources, storage, and applications over the Internet, allowing users to access and use them remotely without the need for local infrastructure. How do you restore a Windows system to factory settings?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Go to Settings. Select Update and Security. Click Recovery. And under Reset this PC, choose Get Started to reset the computer to its factory state. What is the significance of data encryption?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Data encryption protects sensitive information by converting it into a code that unauthorized users cannot access, ensuring data privacy and security during transmission or storage. How do you install updates in Linux?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use package management commands such as sudo apt update and sudo apt upgrade for Debian-based systems, or sudo yum update for Red Hat-based systems to install updates. What is a software patch?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A software patch is a piece of code designed to fix bugs, vulnerabilities, or performance issues in software applications, ensuring optimal functionality and security. How do you troubleshoot audio issues in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Check sound settings. Ensure the correct output device is selected. Update audio drivers. And run the Windows Troubleshooter for audio problems. What is social engineering?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Social engineering is a manipulation technique used to deceive individuals into divulging confidential or personal information, often used in cyber attacks. How do you find and end a non-responsive application in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open Task Manager. Ctrl+Shift+ESC. Find the application in the Processes tab. Right-click it, and select End Task to terminate the non-responsive program. What is the purpose of a system image?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A system image is a complete backup of the operating system, applications, and data that allows for a full restoration of a computer to a specific state in case of failure. How do you reset your Windows password?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use the password reset disk if available, or boot into safe mode and use the built-in administrator account, or utilize Microsoft's online account recovery options for Microsoft accounts. What is an exploit?
3, 2, 1, 0.
An exploit is a piece of software, code, or a sequence of commands that takes advantage of a vulnerability in software or hardware to gain unauthorized access or cause harm. How do you set up a file share in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Right-click the folder you want to share. Select Properties. Go to the Sharing tab, and click Share to choose the users or groups you want to share it with. What is a Trojan horse in cybersecurity?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A Trojan horse is a type of malicious software that disguises itself as legitimate software to trick users into installing it, often leading to data theft or system compromise. How do you recover from a system crash in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Boot into safe mode. Perform system restore from a restore point, or reinstall the operating system if necessary. Ensure you have backups of essential data before reinstalling. What is a botnet?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A botnet is a network of compromised computers or devices controlled by a single attacker, often used to perform distributed denial of service (DDoS) attacks or send spam emails. How do you create a user account in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Go to Settings. Select Accounts. Click Family and Other Users. Then add someone else to this PC, and follow the prompts to create a new account. How do you perform a hard reset on a router?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Unplug the router. Wait about 30 seconds, and plug it back in. For a factory reset, locate the reset button on the router and press it for about 10 seconds with a pin or paperclip. How do you change the default printer in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Go to Settings. Select Devices. Click on Printers and Scanners. Choose your preferred printer, and click Manage. Then select Set as Default. What is a data breach?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A data breach is an incident where unauthorized individuals gain access to sensitive, protected, or confidential data, often resulting in data theft, loss, or exposure. How do you manage disk partitions in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use the Disk Management tool by right-clicking on this PC, selecting Manage, then choosing Disk Management to create, delete, or resize partitions as needed. What is the difference between a hub and a switch?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A hub broadcasts data to all devices in a network, while a switch intelligently sends data only to the specific device for which it is intended, reducing network congestion. How do you troubleshoot slow internet speed?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Check the speed with an online speed test. Restart the router. Ensure no devices are hogging bandwidth, and check for service outages or network interference. What is the significance of regular software updates?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Regular updates patch security vulnerabilities, fix bugs, and improve performance, ensuring that software remains secure and functions optimally. How do you set up a new printer in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Connect the printer to the computer. Go to Settings. Select Devices. Click Printers and Scanners. And choose Add a printer or scanner to complete the setup. What is a keylogger?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A keylogger is a type of surveillance software that records every keystroke made on a keyboard. Often used maliciously to capture sensitive information such as passwords or credit card details. How do you conduct a risk assessment in IT?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Identify potential threats and vulnerabilities. Assess the likelihood and impact of each risk, and implement measures to mitigate identified risks to protect IT systems. How do you handle hardware failure on a support call?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Gather information about the symptoms. Guide the user through basic troubleshooting steps, and determine if the issue requires replacement or professional repair services. What is a phishing scam?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A phishing scam is a fraudulent attempt to obtain sensitive information by disguising as a trustworthy entity, often through emails or fake websites. How do you configure a firewall in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Go to Control Panel. Select Windows Defender Firewall, and choose Advanced Settings to set inbound and outbound rules to control traffic based on your preferences. What is the role of an IT help desk?
3, 2, 1, 0.
The IT help desk provides technical support to users, assisting with hardware and software issues, troubleshooting problems, and maintaining IT systems to ensure smooth operation. How do you handle a situation where you don't know the answer?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Acknowledge the user's concern. Inform them that you will research the issue, and follow up with a solution or escalation to a higher-level support team if necessary. What is the importance of user training in IT security?
3, 2, 1, 0.
User training helps employees recognize security threats, understand best practices, and mitigate risks, thereby reducing the likelihood of breaches or data loss due to human error. How do you set up email forwarding in Outlook?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open Outlook. Go to File. Select Manage Rules and Alerts. Create a new rule, and set up the conditions and actions to forward emails to another address. What are the key benefits of cloud computing?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Cloud computing offers scalability, cost-effectiveness, remote access, data backup and recovery, and enhanced collaboration by allowing multiple users to work on shared resources. How do you identify and remove duplicate files in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use tools like Duplicate Cleaner or Seed Cleaner to scan for and delete duplicate files based on criteria such as name, size, or content. What is a penetration test?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A penetration test is a simulated cyber attack on a computer system, network, or web application to assess its security vulnerabilities and effectiveness of defense mechanisms. How do you check for software compatibility issues?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Review system requirements. Consult the software's official documentation and use compatibility tools provided by the operating system to test for potential issues before installation. What is a disaster recovery plan?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A disaster recovery plan outlines procedures for responding to unplanned incidents affecting IT infrastructure, ensuring data protection and system restoration to minimize downtime. How do you enable two-factor authentication, 2FA, for an account?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Go to the account settings of the service. Find the security options. Enable 2FA. And follow the prompts to link your mobile device for receiving verification codes. What is a data retention policy?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A data retention policy defines how long data is stored, how it is protected, and the procedures for disposing of data once it is no longer needed, ensuring compliance with regulations. How do you update device drivers in Windows?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Open Device Manager. Locate the device. Right-click it, and select Update Driver to search for and install the latest driver version. What is an ITIL framework?
3, 2, 1, 0.
The ITIL Information Technology Infrastructure Library framework provides best practices for IT service management, focusing on aligning IT services with the needs of the business. How do you manage user permissions in a network?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use administrative tools to set permissions for users or groups, ensuring appropriate access to files, folders, and resources based on their roles within the organization. What is a vulnerability assessment?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A vulnerability assessment is a systematic review of security weaknesses in an information system, identifying, quantifying, and prioritizing vulnerabilities to mitigate potential risks. How do you manage project timelines in IT?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use project management tools to set deadlines, allocate resources, monitor progress, and communicate with stakeholders to ensure projects stay on track and meet timelines. What is the purpose of a test plan?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A test plan outlines the testing strategy, objectives, resources, schedule, and scope for testing a software application, guiding the testing process to ensure quality and coverage. How do you perform a system audit?
3, 2, 1,
Conduct a system audit by reviewing system configurations, access logs, compliance with policies, and security measures to identify vulnerabilities and ensure adherence to standards. What is an API?
3, 2, 1, 0.
An API, Application Programming Interface, is a set of rules and protocols that allows different software applications to communicate and interact with each other effectively. How do you conduct a root cause analysis?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Identify the problem. Gather data. Analyze causes. Identify root causes. And develop and implement corrective actions to prevent recurrence in future incidents. What is the significance of network segmentation?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Network segmentation divides a network into smaller parts to enhance security, improve performance, and reduce the risk of a security breach affecting the entire network. How do you handle an escalated support ticket?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Review the details of the ticket. Gather additional information if necessary. Analyze the issue, and collaborate with higher-level support or teams to find a resolution quickly. What is the purpose of a change management process?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A change management process ensures that changes to IT systems are implemented in a controlled manner, minimizing disruption, managing risks, and ensuring user acceptance. How do you verify data integrity in a database?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use checksums, hash functions, or database constraints to ensure that data has not been altered or corrupted. Maintaining the accuracy and consistency of the data over time. What is a blockchain?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A blockchain is a decentralized digital ledger that records transactions across multiple computers, securely and transparently, making it resistant to alteration and fraud. How do you implement access controls in IT systems?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Define user roles. Assign permissions based on those roles. Enforce the principle of least privilege. And use authentication mechanisms to ensure secure access to IT resources. What is the role of a network administrator?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A network administrator manages and maintains computer networks, ensuring connectivity, security, and performance, while troubleshooting issues and implementing network policies. How do you optimize a database for performance?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Optimize a database by indexing frequently queried fields, normalizing data, reducing unnecessary joins, and periodically reviewing and refining queries for efficiency. What is the purpose of incident response planning?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Incident response planning prepares an organization to respond effectively to security incidents, minimizing damage, restoring operations quickly, and complying with regulatory requirements. How do you monitor application performance? Application Performance Monitoring (APM), tools to track metrics like response time, error rates, and resource usage, helping identify bottlenecks and improve application performance. What is a digital signature?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A digital signature is a cryptographic technique used to validate the authenticity and integrity of a digital message or document, ensuring that it has not been altered in transit. How do you manage IT assets?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Track and manage hardware and software assets using asset management tools. Maintain an inventory, and regularly review and update asset status and usage to optimize resources. What is a zero-day exploit?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A zero-day exploit is a cyber attack that occurs on the same day a vulnerability is discovered and exploited before the vendor has had the chance to release a fix or patch. How do you assess the effectiveness of an IT security program?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Evaluate security policies. Conduct regular audits. Review incident response reports. Assess user training programs. And monitor compliance with security standards to measure effectiveness. What is the role of a Chief Information Officer, CIO?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A CIO is responsible for overseeing an organization's IT strategy, managing IT resources, aligning technology with business goals, and ensuring the effective use of information systems. How do you conduct an IT project kickoff meeting?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Set clear objectives. Identify stakeholders. Outline the project scope. Assign roles. Establish timelines. And discuss expectations to ensure everyone is aligned at the start of the project. What is a content management system, CMS?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A CMS is a software application that enables users to create, manage, and modify digital content on a website without requiring specialized technical knowledge. How do you analyze system logs for security events?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Review system logs regularly. Search for anomalies or suspicious activities. Correlate events with security incidents. And use tools to automate log analysis for efficiency. What is a domain controller?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A domain controller is a server that manages user access and security policies in a Windows domain, authenticating users and computers, and allowing centralized management of resources. How do you implement multi-cloud strategies?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Assess business needs. Select suitable cloud providers. Ensure interoperability between platforms. And develop a governance framework to manage multi-cloud resources effectively. What is the purpose of data masking?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Data masking protects sensitive information by obfuscating or replacing it with fictitious data. allowing organizations to use data for testing or analysis without exposing real data. How do you configure remote access in a corporate network?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Implement a VPN or remote desktop solution. Enforce strong authentication mechanisms. And configure firewalls to allow secure remote access while maintaining network security. What is the significance of IT governance?
3, 2, 1, 0.
IT governance ensures that IT investments align with business objectives, manage risks, optimize resource usage, and comply with legal and regulatory requirements. How do you set up an Active Directory environment?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Install Active Directory domain services. Promote the server to a domain controller. Create and configure user accounts. And manage group policies to control user access and permissions. What is a Security Information and Event Management (SIEM) system?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A SIEM system collects and analyzes security data from various sources in real time, providing insights into security incidents and helping organizations respond effectively to threats. How do you ensure compliance with data protection regulations?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Implement policies and procedures. Conduct regular audits. Provide employee training. And utilize technology solutions to manage data handling practices and demonstrate compliance effectively. What is a network protocol?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A network protocol is a set of rules and conventions that govern how data is transmitted and received over a network. Ensuring communication between devices is standardized and efficient. How do you develop an IT strategy for a business?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Assess the current state of IT. Identify business goals. Align IT initiatives with those goals. And develop a roadmap that includes technology investments, timelines, and performance metrics. What is an enterprise resource planning (ERP) system?
3, 2, 1, 0.
An ERP system integrates core business processes and functions, providing a centralized platform for managing resources, data, and operations across an organization. How do you monitor and optimize network traffic?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use network monitoring tools to analyze traffic patterns, identify bottlenecks, and optimize configurations or implement quality of service, costs, policies to prioritize critical applications. What is a Cyber Threat Intelligence (CTI) program?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A CTI program collects, analyzes, and shares information about current and potential cyber threats, helping organizations proactively improve their security posture and response capabilities. How do you manage software licenses in an organization?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Keep an inventory of all software licenses. Monitor compliance with licensing agreements. renew licenses as necessary, and ensure that software is used in accordance with the terms of the agreement. What is a data loss prevention (DLP) solution?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A DLP solution monitors, detects, and prevents the unauthorized transfer or access of sensitive data, helping organizations protect intellectual property and comply with data protection regulations. How do you conduct user acceptance testing (UAT)?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Collaborate with end users to define acceptance criteria. Provide a testing environment. Document feedback. And ensure that the system meets user requirements before final deployment. What is an IT asset disposition (ITAD) process?
3, 2, 1, 0.
An ITAD process involves the secure disposal of outdated or unused IT assets, ensuring data is irretrievable and compliance with environmental regulations is maintained during the disposal process. How do you ensure data backup and recovery in an organization?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Implement regular backup schedules. Use reliable backup solutions. Test recovery processes periodically. And maintain off-site or cloud backups to ensure data integrity and availability. What is an application programming interface (API)?
3, 2, 1, 0.
An API is a set of protocols and tools that allows different software applications to communicate with each other, enabling developers to integrate functionalities and services into their applications. How do you configure group policies in Active Directory?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use the Group Policy Management console to create and link GPOs, group policy objects, to organizational units, defining settings that apply to users and computers in the domain. What is the role of a data analyst?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A data analyst collects, processes, and analyzes data to provide insights and support decision-making within an organization, often using statistical tools and techniques for analysis. How do you handle data breaches in an organization?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Identify the breach. Contain and mitigate damage. Notify affected parties. Conduct a forensic investigation. And implement measures to prevent future breaches while ensuring compliance with regulations. What is a user interface (UI)?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A user interface (UI) is the point of interaction between users and a computer system, encompassing graphical elements, menus, and other components that facilitate user interaction. How do you manage software updates in an organization?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Establish a policy for updating software. Schedule regular updates. Test patches in a controlled environment. And communicate changes to users to minimize disruption. What is a malware analysis?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Malware analysis is the process of examining and understanding malware to determine its behavior, impact, and methods of detection, aiding in the development of defenses against such threats. How do you evaluate the effectiveness of IT training programs?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Gather feedback from participants. Assess knowledge retention through testing. Monitor changes in performance or behavior. And analyze how well the training aligns with business objectives. What is a virtual private network, VPN?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A VPN is a technology that creates a secure, encrypted connection over a less secure network, allowing users to send and receive data as if their devices were directly connected to a private network. How do you implement a security awareness program?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Develop training materials, conduct workshops, provide resources, and regularly assess the program's effectiveness to educate employees about security risks and best practices. What is a service desk?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A service desk is a point of contact for users to report IT issues and request assistance, facilitating communication between users and the IT support team for effective problem resolution. How do you assess the impact of IT changes on business operations?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Analyze potential risks and benefits. Conduct impact assessments with stakeholders. Review business continuity plans. And monitor key performance indicators post-implementation. What is the role of a systems analyst?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A systems analyst assesses and improves IT systems and processes within an organization, gathering requirements, designing solutions, and ensuring that technology aligns with business goals. How do you ensure software compliance in an organization?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Regularly audit software usage. Maintain an inventory of licenses. Educate employees on compliance requirements. And establish procedures for software acquisition and usage. What is a business continuity plan, BCP?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A BCP outlines the processes and procedures an organization follows to ensure that critical functions can continue during and after a disaster, minimizing disruption and downtime. How do you set up a firewall?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Install firewall software or hardware. Configure rules and policies for incoming and outgoing traffic. And regularly review and update settings to enhance security. What is the significance of a risk management plan?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A risk management plan identifies potential risks to an organization, outlines strategies for mitigating those risks, and establishes processes for monitoring and responding to risks. How do you conduct a market analysis for IT services?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Research industry trends. Analyze competitor offerings. Identify customer needs. and assess market opportunities to inform strategic decisions about IT services. What is a network topology?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A network topology describes the arrangement of different elements, links, nodes, etc., in a computer network, including physical and logical layouts that impact performance and reliability. How do you conduct performance testing for software?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Define testing objectives. Simulate user load conditions. Monitor system performance. Identify bottlenecks. And analyze results to ensure software meets performance requirements. How do you assess the security of third-party vendors?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Evaluate vendor security policies. Review third-party risk assessments. Conduct audits. And ensure compliance with industry standards and regulatory requirements to mitigate risks. What is a load balancer?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A load balancer is a device or software that distributes incoming network traffic across multiple servers to ensure no single server becomes overwhelmed, improving application availability and reliability. How do you manage incident response in an organization?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Establish an incident response team. Develop an incident response plan. Conduct training. And regularly review and test the plan to ensure effective responses to security incidents. What is a digital footprint?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A digital footprint is the trail of data that individuals leave behind while using the Internet, including social media activity, website interactions, and digital communications. How do you implement change control in IT projects?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Establish a change control board. Document all proposed changes. Evaluate impacts. Obtain approvals. And communicate changes to stakeholders to ensure effective management of project changes. What is a service catalog?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A service catalog is a comprehensive list of IT services offered by an organization, detailing service descriptions, availability, support options, and procedures for requesting services. How do you ensure the security of sensitive data in transit?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use encryption protocols, secure connections, such as HTTPS or VPN, and implement data loss prevention strategies to protect sensitive data from interception during transmission. What is a network intrusion prevention system, NIPS?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A NIPS is a network security device that monitors network traffic for malicious activity and takes action to block or prevent potential threats in real time. How do you establish effective communication in IT projects?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Foster an open communication culture. Set clear expectations. Use collaboration tools. and hold regular status meetings to ensure all stakeholders are informed and aligned throughout the project. How do you ensure compliance with software licensing agreements?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Maintain an inventory of software licenses. Monitor usage. Conduct regular audits. And provide employee training on compliance requirements to minimize the risk of violations. How do you monitor user activity on corporate systems?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use monitoring software. Conduct regular audits. Establish user access controls. And review logs to track user activity and identify any unauthorized actions on corporate systems. What is a data lake?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A data lake is a centralized repository that stores large volumes of structured and unstructured data in its raw form, allowing for flexible data processing and analytics. How do you assess the performance of IT service delivery?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Measure key performance indicators, KPIs. Collect feedback from users. Conduct service reviews. And analyze service reports to evaluate the efficiency and effectiveness of service delivery. What is a content delivery network, CDN?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A CDN is a distributed network of servers that deliver web content and resources to users based on their geographic location, improving load times and reliability. How do you manage configuration changes in IT systems?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Implement a configuration management database, CMDB. Document all changes. Monitor configurations. And establish processes for tracking and approving changes to maintain system integrity. What is a cloud computing model?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A cloud computing model defines the type of services delivered over the Internet, such as infrastructure as a service, IaaS, platform as a service, PaaS, or software as a service, SaaS. How do you handle legacy systems in an organization?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Assess the risks and benefits. Develop a migration plan. Prioritize updates or replacements. And ensure ongoing support for legacy systems while transitioning to newer technologies. How do you conduct a risk assessment for IT projects?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Identify potential risks. Analyze their impact and likelihood. Prioritize risks based on severity. And develop mitigation strategies to minimize adverse effects on the project. What is an endpoint device?
3, 2, 1, 0.
An endpoint device is any device that connects to a network and communicates with other devices, such as computers, smartphones, tablets, and IoT devices, serving as points of access for users. How do you evaluate cloud service providers?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Assess provider reliability, security features, compliance with regulations, service level agreements, SLAs, and pricing structures to ensure alignment with organizational needs. What is a phishing attack?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A phishing attack is a cybercrime that uses deceptive emails or messages to trick individuals into revealing sensitive information, such as passwords or credit card numbers. How do you implement user provisioning in an organization?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Establish a user provisioning policy. Define user roles and access rights. Automate account creation. And regularly review and adjust permissions as necessary. What is a network architecture?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Network architecture is the design and structure of a computer network, detailing the hardware, software, protocols, and transmission methods used to facilitate communication. How do you ensure the availability of IT services?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Implement redundancy. Monitor system performance. Conduct regular maintenance. And develop disaster recovery plans to minimize downtime and ensure the availability of IT services. What is a threat hunting?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Threat hunting is a proactive cybersecurity approach where security professionals search for signs of potential threats within an organization's network before they cause harm. How do you manage IT budgets effectively?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Set clear financial goals. Prioritize IT projects. Monitor expenses against the budget. And regularly review financial reports to ensure efficient use of resources. What is a hybrid cloud?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A hybrid cloud is a computing environment that combines private cloud services with public cloud services, allowing for data and applications to be shared between them. How do you implement performance management for IT staff?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Set clear performance expectations. Conduct regular reviews. Provide training and development opportunities. And establish feedback mechanisms to encourage continuous improvement. What is a security breach?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A security breach is an incident where unauthorized access is gained to a computer system or network, often leading to data theft, damage, or compromise of sensitive information. How do you ensure data privacy in an organization?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Develop and implement privacy policies. Conduct regular audits. Provide employee training. And utilize data protection technologies to safeguard sensitive information and ensure compliance. How do you assess user satisfaction with IT services?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Conduct surveys. Gather feedback. Monitor support ticket resolution times. And analyze service usage data to evaluate user satisfaction and identify areas for improvement. What is an agile development methodology?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Agile is a software development methodology that emphasizes iterative progress, collaboration, and flexibility in responding to changing requirements throughout the development lifecycle. How do you implement a knowledge management system?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Define knowledge management goals. Select appropriate tools. Establish processes for capturing and sharing knowledge. And encourage a culture of collaboration and continuous learning. What is a serverless architecture?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A serverless architecture allows developers to build and run applications without managing the underlying infrastructure, relying on third-party services for hosting and execution. How do you ensure quality assurance in software development?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Implement testing strategies throughout the development lifecycle. Conduct regular code reviews. And establish quality metrics to ensure that software meets defined standards and user needs. What is a mobile device management (MDM) solution?
3, 2, 1, 0.
An MDM solution is a software application that enables organizations to manage and secure mobile devices used by employees, enforcing policies for device access, data protection, and app management. How do you manage stakeholder expectations in IT projects?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Communicate regularly. Provide updates. Involve stakeholders in decision-making processes. And manage changes in scope to align expectations with project realities and outcomes. What is a software development lifecycle (SDLC)?
3, 2, 1, 0.
The SDLC is a systematic process for developing software, encompassing stages such as planning, design, coding, testing, deployment, and maintenance to ensure high-quality software delivery. How do you conduct an IT feasibility study?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Assess project viability by analyzing technical, operational, and economic factors, including resource availability, costs, and potential return on investment to determine project feasibility. What is a web application firewall (WAF)?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A WAF is a security solution that monitors and filters HTTP traffic between a web application and the Internet, protecting applications from attacks such as cross-site scripting and SQL injection. How do you implement data encryption in an organization?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use encryption protocols to secure data in transit and at rest. Establish policies for encryption key management. And ensure compliance with industry standards for data protection. What is a software as a service (SaaS) model?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A SaaS model delivers software applications over the Internet, allowing users to access and use software without needing to install or maintain it locally, often on a subscription basis. What is an intrusion detection system (IDS)?
3, 2, 1, 0.
An IDS is a security solution that monitors network or system activities for malicious behavior and Policy violations. Alerting administrators to potential security incidents. How do you manage IT change requests?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Establish a formal process for submitting, reviewing, and approving change requests, assessing their impact on resources, and communicating approved changes to stakeholders. What is an artificial intelligence (AI) model?
3, 2, 1, 0.
An AI model is a mathematical representation of a real-world process that can learn from data, allowing systems to perform tasks such as pattern recognition, natural language processing, or decision-making. How do you conduct software code reviews?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Set clear guidelines. Involve multiple reviewers. Use automated tools to identify potential issues, and provide constructive feedback to ensure code quality and adherence to standards. What is a Security Operations Center (SOC)?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A SOC is a centralized unit that monitors, detects, and responds to security incidents in real time, utilizing technologies, processes, and skilled personnel to enhance an organization's security posture. How do you ensure effective data migration?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Develop a detailed migration plan. Assess data quality and compatibility. Conduct thorough testing, and establish fallback procedures to address any issues during the migration process. What is a digital transformation?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Digital transformation is the process of leveraging digital technologies to fundamentally change how organizations operate and deliver value to customers, improving efficiency, agility, and customer experience. How do you establish a cybersecurity framework?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Define security objectives. Assess current security posture. Develop policies and procedures. Implement security controls, and continuously monitor and improve the framework to protect against cyber threats. What is a relational database?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A relational database is a type of database that organizes data into tables, allowing for structured data management and enabling relationships between data through keys and indexes. How do you implement user authentication in an application?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Use authentication protocols, such as OAuth or SAML. Establish user roles and permissions. Implement password policies, and enable multi-factor authentication for enhanced security. How do you evaluate the success of IT projects?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Measure project outcomes against predefined objectives. Gather feedback from stakeholders. Assess budget and schedule adherence, and analyze lessons learned for future improvements. What is a threat model?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A threat model is a structured representation of potential threats to a system. helping organizations identify vulnerabilities, assess risks, and develop mitigation strategies to enhance security. How do you establish IT policies and procedures?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Identify areas requiring policies. Develop clear and concise documents. Involve stakeholders in the creation process. Communicate policies. And regularly review and update them as necessary. What is an application programming interface, API, gateway?
3, 2, 1, 0.
An API gateway is a server that acts as an intermediary for requests from clients seeking to access back-end services, providing features such as security, load balancing, and traffic management. How do you implement incident management in IT?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Establish an incident management process. Define roles and responsibilities. Utilize ticketing systems to track incidents. And analyze data to improve future incident responses. What is a Zero Trust security model?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A Zero Trust security model is a cybersecurity approach that requires strict identity verification for every person and device attempting to access resources, regardless of their location. How do you manage the lifecycle of IT assets?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Maintain an inventory of IT assets. Monitor performance and usage. Plan for upgrades or replacements. And establish disposal processes to ensure efficient asset management throughout their life cycle. What is a business intelligence BI system?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A BI system collects, analyzes, and presents business data to support decision-making processes, often using data visualization tools and dashboards to provide insights into performance metrics. What is an IT governance framework?
3, 2, 1, 0.
An IT governance framework defines the processes, structures, and relationships that guide how an organization manages and controls its IT resources to achieve business goals and objectives. How do you conduct a root cause analysis, RCA?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Gather data related to an issue. Identify underlying causes through investigation. Prioritize causes based on impact. And develop solutions to address the root causes to prevent recurrence. What is a cloud service model?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A cloud service model defines the type of services offered over the Internet, such as infrastructure as a service, IaaS, platform as a service, PaaS, or software as a service, SaaS. How do you manage IT vendor relationships?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Evaluate vendor performance. Establish clear communication channels. Negotiate contracts. And monitor compliance with service level agreements, SLAs, to ensure effective vendor management. What is an integrated development environment, IDE?
3, 2, 1, 0.
An IT is a software application that provides comprehensive facilities for software development, including a code editor, debugger, and build automation tools, to streamline the development process. How do you ensure effective data retention practices?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Develop data retention policies. Implement automated retention schedules. Conduct regular audits. And ensure compliance with legal and regulatory requirements for data storage and deletion. What is an IT Service Management (ITSM) framework?
3, 2, 1, 0.
An ITSM framework is a set of practices and processes for managing IT services, focusing on aligning IT service delivery with business needs and ensuring continuous improvement. How do you conduct IT asset inventory management?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Maintain a centralized database of IT assets. Regularly update records. Conduct physical audits. And ensure accurate tracking of asset lifecycle from acquisition to disposal. What is a software development framework?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A software development framework is a set of guidelines, standards, and best practices that provide structure and support for developing software applications efficiently and effectively. How do you implement multi-factor authentication (MFA)?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Enable MFA settings in applications. Require users to provide multiple forms of identification, such as passwords and security tokens, and educate users on the importance of MFA for security. What is a continuous integration (CI) process?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A CI process involves automatically testing and integrating code changes into a shared repository, ensuring that new code additions do not disrupt the overall functionality of the software. How do you establish a data classification policy?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Define categories of data based on sensitivity and regulatory requirements. Establish classification criteria. Communicate the policy to employees, and conduct training on data handling procedures. What is a threat landscape?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A threat landscape refers to the overall state of threats facing an organization, including types of potential attacks, vulnerabilities, and the motivations and capabilities of attackers. How do you manage IT service continuity?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Develop and implement business continuity plans. Conduct regular testing of continuity procedures, and ensure that critical IT services can be maintained or quickly restored in the event of a disruption. What is a software release management process?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A software release management process involves planning, scheduling, and controlling the build, testing, and deployment of software releases to ensure successful delivery to users. How do you assess the security of cloud services?
3, 2, 1,
Review cloud service provider security certifications. Evaluate data encryption practices. Assess compliance with regulations. And conduct regular security audits to ensure adequate protection of data. What is a user experience, UX, design?
3, 2, 1, 0.
UX design focuses on enhancing user satisfaction by improving the usability, accessibility, and overall experience of a product or service through user-centered design principles. How do you implement an IT change management process?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Establish a formal change management process. Define roles and responsibilities. Document proposed changes. Assess impact. And communicate changes to all stakeholders involved in the process. What is a software development kit, SDK?
3, 2, 1, 0.
An SDK is a collection of software development tools, libraries, and documentation that enables developers to create applications for specific platforms or frameworks. How do you conduct a SWOT analysis for IT projects?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Identify strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats related to an IT project. Analyzing internal and external factors to inform strategic planning and decision-making. What is a cyber resilience strategy?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A cyber resilience strategy encompasses measures that organizations implement to prepare for, respond to, and recover from cyber incidents, ensuring continued operations despite disruptions. How do you implement business continuity planning?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Identify critical business functions, assess risks, develop response strategies, conduct training and drills, and regularly review and update the business continuity plan to ensure preparedness. What is an IT service catalog?
3, 2, 1, 0.
An IT service catalog is a comprehensive list of IT services offered by an organization, detailing service descriptions, pricing, service level agreements, SLAs, and how to request services. How do you evaluate IT training programs?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Gather feedback from participants. Assess training outcomes against objectives. Monitor employee performance post-training. And make necessary adjustments to improve training effectiveness. What is an agile project management framework?
3, 2, 1, 0.
An agile project management framework provides guidelines and practices for managing projects using agile methodologies, emphasizing iterative progress, collaboration, and flexibility. How do you manage knowledge sharing within an organization?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Establish knowledge sharing platforms. Encourage collaboration. Recognize and reward contributions. And provide training on effective knowledge sharing practices to foster a culture of learning. What is a cybersecurity incident response plan?
3, 2,
A cybersecurity incident response plan is a documented strategy outlining how an organization will detect, respond to, and recover from cybersecurity incidents to minimize damage and downtime. How do you evaluate the effectiveness of IT security measures?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Conduct regular security audits. Assess compliance with policies and regulations. Monitor incident response times. And analyze data breaches to determine the effectiveness of security measures. What is a user acceptance testing, UAT?
3, 2, 1, 0.
UAT is a phase in the software development process where end users test the software to ensure it meets their requirements and functions correctly before it is released to production. How do you establish a cybersecurity awareness program?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Develop training content. Engage employees through workshops and seminars. Provide ongoing resources. And assess program effectiveness through surveys and feedback to raise cybersecurity awareness. What is a data breach response plan?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A data breach response plan outlines the steps an organization should take in the event of a data breach, including identification, containment, notification, and remediation of the breach. How do you implement continuous monitoring in IT security?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Utilize security information and event management (SIEM) tools. Conduct regular vulnerability assessments. And establish alerting systems to continuously monitor for security incidents. What is a software development process?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A software development process is a systematic approach to building software applications, encompassing stages such as planning, design, coding, testing, deployment, and maintenance. How do you manage IT compliance requirements?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Stay informed about relevant regulations. Conduct regular audits. Develop compliance policies. And train employees on compliance requirements to ensure adherence to laws and standards. What is a technology stack?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A technology stack is a combination of programming languages, frameworks, libraries, and tools used to develop a software application, providing the necessary components for building and running it. How do you implement a software deployment process?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Develop a deployment plan. Automate deployment tasks. Conduct testing in staging environments. And establish rollback procedures to ensure a smooth software deployment process. What is a digital workspace?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A digital workspace is a virtual environment that provides employees with access to applications, tools, and data from any device, enabling remote work and collaboration regardless of location. How do you manage IT project risks?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Identify potential risks. Analyze their impact. Prioritize risks. Develop mitigation strategies. And continuously monitor and adjust plans throughout the project lifecycle. What is a network security protocol?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A network security protocol is a set of rules and conventions for securing network communications, ensuring data integrity, confidentiality, and authenticity through mechanisms like encryption and authentication. How do you establish a data retention policy?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Define data retention requirements based on legal, regulatory, and business needs. Document the policy, communicate it to employees, and conduct regular audits to ensure compliance. What is an IT service desk?
3, 2, 1, 0.
An IT service desk is a single point of contact for users to report IT issues, request services, and receive support, typically providing incident management and service request fulfillment. How do you ensure effective collaboration in remote teams?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Utilize collaboration tools. Set clear expectations. Encourage regular check-ins. Foster a culture of communication. And provide opportunities for team bonding to enhance remote teamwork. What is a database management system, DBMS?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A DBMS is software that enables users to create, manage, and manipulate databases, providing an interface for database administrators and developers to interact with data. How do you implement a feedback loop in IT projects?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Establish mechanisms for collecting feedback from stakeholders. Analyze feedback for insights. Incorporate changes into project planning, and communicate adjustments to relevant parties. What is a cloud-native application?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A cloud-native application is designed specifically for cloud environments, utilizing cloud services, scalability, and flexibility to optimize performance and enhance user experiences. How do you manage IT incidents effectively?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Establish incident management processes. Prioritize incidents based on impact. Use ticketing systems for tracking. And conduct post-incident reviews to improve future responses. How do you conduct data quality assessments?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Define data quality dimensions. Perform data profiling. Analyze data for inconsistencies or inaccuracies. And implement corrective actions to improve overall data quality. What is a data protection impact assessment, DPIA?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A DPIA is a process used to assess the impact of data processing activities on the privacy of individuals, identifying risks and implementing measures to mitigate those risks. How do you ensure IT project scope management?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Define project scope clearly. Involve stakeholders in scope discussions. Monitor scope changes. And implement change control processes to manage scope effectively throughout the project lifecycle. What is an API management platform?
3, 2, 1, 0.
An API management platform is a solution that provides tools and services for designing, deploying, securing, and monitoring APIs, facilitating better integration and use of APIs across applications. How do you implement a software testing strategy?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Define testing objectives. Select appropriate testing methods. Manual, automated. Establish testing phases. And regularly review and adjust the strategy based on feedback and outcomes. How do you assess the effectiveness of IT governance?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Conduct regular evaluations of governance processes. Measure adherence to policies. Assess alignment with business objectives. And gather stakeholder feedback to identify areas for improvement. What is a containerization technology?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Containerization technology allows applications to run in isolated environments, containers, on a shared operating system, providing consistency, portability, and efficiency in software development and deployment. How do you implement risk management in IT projects?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Identify potential risks. Assess their impact and likelihood. Develop mitigation strategies. And continuously monitor risks throughout the project lifecycle to ensure effective risk management. What is a service level agreement, SLA?
3, 2, 1, 0.
An SLA is a formal agreement between a service provider and a customer that outlines the expected level of service, including performance metrics, responsibilities, and remedies for service failures. How do you ensure effective data management practices?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Establish data governance policies. Implement data quality checks. Provide training on data handling. And utilize data management tools to ensure data integrity and accessibility. What is an IT infrastructure?
3, 2, 1, 0.
IT infrastructure encompasses the physical and virtual resources that support the delivery of IT services, including hardware, software, networks, and facilities necessary for IT operations. How do you conduct market research for IT products?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Define research objectives. Identify target markets. Gather data through surveys and interviews. Analyze competitive products. And draw insights to inform product development and marketing strategies. What is an IT architecture?
3, 2, 1, 0.
IT architecture refers to the structured framework and design principles that guide the organization and integration of IT systems and components to support business goals and operational efficiency. How do you manage IT project stakeholders?
3, 2,
Identify key stakeholders. Define their roles and responsibilities. Maintain regular communication, and involve them in decision-making processes to ensure project success. What is a software architecture pattern?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A software architecture pattern is a general reusable solution to a commonly occurring design problem in software architecture, providing a template for building software applications effectively. How do you implement change management in IT projects?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Define a change management process. Assess the impact of changes. Communicate changes to stakeholders, and document changes for future reference to ensure successful change implementation. What is a business case for IT investment?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A business case for IT investment is a structured document that outlines the justification for investing in a specific IT project or initiative, detailing expected benefits, costs, and risks involved. How do you establish a project management office, PMO?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Define the PMO's role. Establish governance structures. Develop standardized processes. Provide training, and communicate the value of the PMO to stakeholders to ensure effective project management. What is a cloud computing service model?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A cloud computing service model defines the type of service delivered over the cloud, such as IaaS, PaaS, or SaaS, offering various levels of control, flexibility, and management. How do you implement a performance management system?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Define performance metrics. Set individual and team goals. Establish regular feedback mechanisms, and conduct performance reviews to support employee development and organizational objectives. What is a software lifecycle management (SLM) process?
3, 2, 1, 0.
An SLM process is a set of practices for managing the life cycle of software applications, encompassing planning, development, deployment, maintenance, and retirement of software products. How do you assess the effectiveness of cybersecurity measures?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Conduct regular security audits. Analyze incident reports. Assess compliance with policies, and gather feedback from employees to evaluate the effectiveness of cybersecurity measures. What is a data governance framework?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A data governance framework provides the structure and processes for managing an organization's data assets, ensuring data quality, security, compliance, and effective use of data for decision-making. How do you implement a software configuration management (SCM) process?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Define configuration items. Establish baseline configurations. Use automated tools for tracking changes. and conduct regular audits to ensure proper configuration management throughout the software life cycle. What is a machine learning algorithm?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A machine learning algorithm is a mathematical model that enables computers to learn from data, identifying patterns and making predictions or decisions without being explicitly programmed. How do you manage IT resource allocation?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Assess resource needs. Prioritize projects. Track resource usage. And adjust allocations as necessary to ensure efficient utilization of IT resources across the organization. What is a data analytics platform?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A data analytics platform is a suite of tools and services that enable organizations to collect, process, and analyze data, providing insights to support data-driven decision-making. How do you implement IT asset lifecycle management?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Establish policies for acquiring, maintaining, and disposing of IT assets. Track asset usage and performance, and conduct regular audits to ensure effective lifecycle management. What is a network management system, NMS?
3, 2, 1, 0.
An NMS is software that monitors and manages network hardware and software, ensuring optimal performance and availability of network resources through automated alerts and reporting. How do you establish effective vendor selection criteria?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Define evaluation criteria. Cost, performance, reputation. Conduct market research. Assess vendor capabilities, and involve stakeholders in the selection process to ensure informed vendor choices. What is a business process management (BPM) system?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A BPM system is a software application designed to model, automate, monitor, and optimize business processes, enhancing efficiency and visibility into operational workflows. How do you ensure effective project communication?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Define communication channels. Establish regular reporting schedules. Encourage open dialogue, and document and share key decisions to ensure transparency and clarity throughout the project life cycle. What is an IT roadmap?
3, 2, 1, 0.
An IT roadmap is a strategic plan that outlines an organization's technology goals, initiatives, and timeline for implementing IT projects and improvements to support business objectives. How do you manage project schedules effectively?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Define clear project milestones. Utilize project management tools. Regularly update schedules based on progress, and communicate changes to all stakeholders to ensure adherence to timelines. What is a data visualization tool?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A data visualization tool is software that helps users create visual representations of data, such as charts and graphs, making it easier to understand trends and insights from complex data sets. How do you implement an IT asset management strategy?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Develop policies for tracking and managing IT assets. Utilize asset management tools. Conduct regular audits. And ensure compliance with procurement and disposal processes. What is an information technology service management (ITSM) process?
3, 2, 1, 0.
An ITSM process is a structured approach for managing IT services and support, focusing on aligning IT services with business needs and ensuring continuous improvement in service delivery. How do you assess the success of an IT project?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Measure project outcomes against defined objectives. Gather stakeholder feedback. Analyze project performance metrics. And document lessons learned for continuous improvement in future projects. What is a data warehouse?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A data warehouse is a centralized repository for storing and managing large volumes of structured and unstructured data from various sources, enabling advanced analytics and business intelligence reporting. How do you ensure effective change control in IT projects?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Establish change control processes. Assess the impact of proposed changes. Communicate changes to stakeholders. And document all changes for future reference to ensure effective management. How do you implement a software development lifecycle, SDLC?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Define phases of the SDLC. Planning, design, development, testing, deployment. Establish processes for each phase. And conduct regular reviews to ensure adherence to the SDLC framework throughout the software development process. What is a business impact analysis, BIA?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A BIA is a process that identifies and evaluates the potential effects of disruptions to critical business operations, helping organizations prioritize recovery efforts and allocate resources effectively. How do you ensure effective IT service delivery?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Establish clear service level agreements, SLAs. Monitor service performance metrics. Gather feedback from users. And continuously improve service delivery processes based on user needs. What is a disaster recovery plan, DRP?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A DRP is a documented process outlining how an organization will recover from a disruptive event, detailing steps for restoring IT services, systems, and data to minimize downtime and data loss. How do you manage IT project resources effectively?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Assess resource requirements. Allocate resources based on project needs. Monitor resource utilization. And adjust allocations as necessary to ensure efficient use of resources throughout the project life cycle. What is an application security testing?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Application security testing involves evaluating software applications for security vulnerabilities and weaknesses through techniques such as static code analysis, dynamic testing, and penetration testing. How do you establish effective project governance?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Define project governance structures. Establish decision-making processes. Involve key stakeholders. And ensure clear communication and accountability throughout the project lifecycle. What is a risk assessment matrix?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A risk assessment matrix is a tool used to evaluate and prioritize risks based on their likelihood of occurrence and potential impact, helping organizations make informed decisions about risk management strategies. How do you implement a user experience (UX) design process?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Define user personas. Conduct user research. Create wireframes and prototypes. Gather user feedback and iterate on designs to ensure a positive user experience in digital products. What is a cloud migration strategy?
3, 2, 1, 0.
A cloud migration strategy outlines the plan and steps for transferring an organization's data, applications, and services from on-premises infrastructure to a cloud environment, ensuring minimal disruption. How do you assess the effectiveness of IT training programs?
3, 2, 1, 0.
Gather feedback from participants. Measure training outcomes against objectives. Analyze employee performance post-training and make adjustments to improve future training effectiveness.